Good afternoon. Opening today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. At this time, I will take public comment on closed session agenda items only. Speakers will have 2 minutes each. The items on the closed session agenda are as follows. B1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. B2, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. B3, Conference with Labor Negotiator. B4, Conference with Legal Counsel. B5, Conference with Legal Counsel. B6, Student Expulsions. At this time, I will take members of the public who have submitted blue cards for public comment on closed session items only, and our blue card this evening is from Dwayne DeWitt.
President,
hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt.
I'm sorry to interrupt. How much time, President Manieri?
2 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeWitt. My
What
apologies.
did you ask?
2 minutes on the timer.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm quite concerned. I only see one person down there with a body of 7 people at least. And shouldn't you have a quorum to be able to call the meeting together?
So typically we don't respond to public comment, Mr. DeWitt, but yes, we have a quorum in closed session. So this public comment is for closed session agenda items only.
Where is the quorum?
They are in closed session currently. It is not required for them to come down here, just required for me to open the meeting.
That's an unusual way to handle things. There's another unusual way to handle things that's been going on with this board. And that involves in closed session, your public employee performance evaluations. There's no way for a member of the public to know exactly which members of these different job titles are being dealt with in today's meeting. This is actually keeping information from the public that's very important for the public to know. Under the Brown Act, one of the main stipulations of that act is that you should do your best to help the public to be informed about the public's business. This is what this is about. I can't see here from this agenda what's going to be discussed in that time period when you're devoted to performance evaluations and which of these job titles you will be discussing. To me, that seems to be a violation of the Brown Act, and you should make sure that you deal with talking to your legal counsel to make sure that you're not violating the California State Brown Act. This is very important because you make decisions that are with employees who are very expensive people. A lot of money, a lot of things go on with these different employees. And from the looks of it, you're going to be talking about every single vice principal, every single assistant
Thank
principal.
you, Mr. DeWitt. That was 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Alrighty.
DeWitt.
Thank you kindly.
Do we have any more blue cards for closed session, Melanie?
President Manieri, that's the only blue card.
Thank you. At this time, we will recess to closed session. Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board, opening this meeting Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. We will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and remain standing through our land acknowledgement.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for our land acknowledgement, and leading us in our land acknowledgement today is DLAC President Adrián Juárez.
Reconozco que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa se encuentran en el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Pomo. El territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Miwok de la costa. Y honro con gratitud la tierra misma y las personas que la han cuidado y administrado a lo largo de las generaciones.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations.
Este reconocimiento de la tierra nos llama a comprometernos a seguir aprendiendo cómo ser mejores administradores y cuidar de la tierra que habitamos, Al ofrecer este reconocimiento de tierras, afirmamos la soberanía indígena y trabajaremos para que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa sean más responsables ante las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y nativos.
This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty, and we will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Gracias, señor Juárez. You may all be seated. Item C3 on tonight's agenda, report of actions taken in closed session. The board approved the recommendations of staff on OAH case number 2023-070379 in a 6-1 vote, and OAH case number 2023-070721 in a 5-1 vote with one abstention. Item C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session. We are seeking a motion on student expulsion case number 2023-2410.
Move to approve the recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Item C5, statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Okay, seeing none. Item C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board or superintendent, any adjustments? Vice President Medina.
I'd like to request that we move item F1 immediately after C8.
Okay, that was a suggestion to move item. I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, Vice President Medina?
F1
F1.
to move it immediately after C8.
Okay, item F1 to right after item C8. Do we need to take a vote? Yes. Okay, so that was a motion by Director Medina to make this adjustment to the agenda. We do need a second.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Medina, seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Item C7, special presentations for Student of the Month and Certificated Classified Employees of the Month. Tonight, we have students, families, and school staff joining us from Steel Lane Elementary School and Pioneer High School. The presentations this evening will honor our students for their academics, their character, and other praiseworthy accomplishments. We will also be honoring our certificated and classified employees for their outstanding dedication and service. And joining us for these presentations, we have Principal Williams from Steel Lane Elementary School, who will start us off, followed by Principal Correa from Pioneer High School.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Trudeau, and all the Santa Rosa City Schools community that got my parent square message to show up tonight. Thanks. Just teasing. It's good to see you all here. I'm Amber Williams, and I'm the proud principal of Steel Lane Elementary School. We are excited to share that Sophia has been selected as Steel Lane Student of the Month within Santa Rosa City Schools. Sophia's inquisitive nature and her enthusiasm for learning have truly stood out. She demonstrates kindness, consistency, shows dedication to her studies, and engages actively in her educational journey. Her eagerness to explore and understand different subjects is admirable. Sophia's involvement in the student council and her helpful attitude towards others exemplify her commitment to the school community. Teachers and educators have nothing but praise for Sophia. One teacher expressed, "This girl rocks." While another mentioned, Sophia has consistently shown kindness and respect from a young age, setting an excellent example for those around her. Additionally, an educator highlighted their enjoyable conversations with Sophia, praising her for the interesting and thoughtful insights she shares while maintaining a genuinely sweet disposition. Sophia consistently exudes enthusiasm for new experiences. Throughout the period of distance learning, she approached every Zoom session with a remarkable attitude that any teacher would admire. Her immense creativity and artistic talents shine brightly. During field trips, Sophia demonstrated an impressive understanding of the outdoors, fearlessly embracing challenges and never hesitating to delve into hands-on activities. What stands out most about Sophia is her kindness and warm nature. Even through a computer screen, her personality was easily felt, allowing us to appreciate her sense of humor and genuine warmth. Sophia's aspiration to become an artist and her desire to further explore this passion in college reflect her dedication to her interests. Her perspective on Steele Lane, appreciating the school's unique approach to problem solving and allowing students to be themselves, demonstrates her fondness for the school's environment. It's an honor to have Sophia represent Steele Lane this year. We are incredibly proud of her and enthusiastically support her in her future accomplishments. Sophia, your achievements are a testament to your hard work and determination, and we're here cheering you on every step of the way. Congratulations. Ashley Tirado, will you come down, please? Ashley loves things like this. I am delighted to announce Ashley Tirado as Steele Lane's Classified Employee of the Month. Ashley is what you would call a Jill of all trades. Utility player, go-getter. She never shies away from a challenge and is always right alongside me when I have a crazy idea, asking me consistently and constantly, do you need help with anything? Ashley has skillfully served in various roles on our campus. First and foremost, she's a dedicated mother. Her daughters are both part of the Steele Lane Vikings, although one has moved on now to middle school. She's been actively involved as a member of our school site council and has worked as a yard duty, the IMT, interim office manager, and currently holds the position of our elementary tech 2. In this role, she engages with our families daily, addressing health concerns, minor and major injuries, and attendance matters. Regardless of the challenge, Ashley handles each situation with grace, understanding, and immeasurable love for our students. Some of our students have expressed that Miss Ashley listens to me. A staff member stated that Ashley is always ready to help and support our school, always going above and beyond. Ashley is kind, caring, and compassionate, always looking out for everyone's well-being. Her commitment to our school is profound. Ashley has cultivated strong ties with our local church, securing resources for our most vulnerable students. Always ready to provide our students with a smile, a safe haven, food, or a cool Band-Aid. And let's not forget all of the ice packs. Ashley, thank you for your invaluable contributions to our school community. You are truly an exceptional individual, and Steele Lane is forever grateful for all you bring every single day. Kristen Ott is making her way down here. Let's hear it for Kristen Ott, teachers. She also loves this. I'm thrilled to announce to Kristen Ott as Steel Lane Certificated Employee of the Year. Kristen embodies the essence of an educator who teaches with genuine passion. For 26 years, she has dedicated herself to just kindergarten at Steel Lane, where she warmly welcomes first-time students. Kristen not only nurtures their academic growth, but also supports their social and emotional development, honoring their unique strengths and individual stories. When inquired about Miss Ott, our staff members couldn't help but smile. One colleague expressed, "She's my favorite person to work with. Gentle, understanding, and exceptional. Her presence brightens each morning, and she's an incredible human being." Another colleague highlighted, "She's always ready to assist." Kristen's contributions extend beyond the classroom. She plays a pivotal role in the Steel Lane Foundation. Whether selling tickets, helping to organize events, or helping to reinstate the garden and art programs, Kristen is actively involved. She's the driving force behind the Donors Choose grant, bringing the book vending machine to Steel Lane. Additionally, she goes above and beyond to support students beyond her class, offering assistance during substitute shortages and providing a nurturing environment during recess for students that are going through challenging moments with their peers, fostering a sense of community and providing opportunities to have positive interactions with the kinders in her room. Kristen's composed demeanor, advocacy for her students, families, and fellow staff members is truly remarkable. Kristen, thank you for your service at Steel Lane. It is deeply appreciated. Words cannot express how much your dedication means to us. You are an exceptional educator that True Lane truly values. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Principal Williams. Okay, so now we have Principal Correa from Pioneer High School.
All right. Aishna, come on down. Aishna Kumar. It is our pleasure to name Aishna Kumar as the Pioneer High School Student of the Month. I am always impressed with Aishna's maturity, her intelligence, and natural leadership quality. Aishna is strong, personable, and responsible. As a student at Pioneer High School, Aishna is well liked and respected by other students and faculty. Aishna is a very special person. She is quiet, sensitive, caring, and kind. Our counseling department agrees. Aishna helps us in the office and is always willing to help give tours of the school to new students. She is always helpful working on different projects. She works really hard in everything she does, from classes to being a representative and an ambassador for Pioneer High School. Aishna gives off a level of maturity and respect at all times and is a shining example of the fine students we have at Pioneer. When asked what specifically makes Aishna such a wonderful young person, Miss Griffith shared, "Aishna is a thoughtful and curious artist who made significant strides in ethnic studies last year. She challenged herself to push past her comfort zone and blossomed into an eloquent presenter and profound writer by the end of the year. I am deeply proud of her work, her hard work, and her perseverance. Keep shining your light, Aishna." Quick to help others when needed or asked, Aishna is dependable and easy to work with, and she puts pride in the work she does. Aishna has volunteered in and out of the classroom. I am confident that whatever Aishna decides to focus on, she will be successful at. Aishna is a wonderful example of what it means to be a Pioneer prospector. She is smart, dependable, respectful, and kind. Aishna has been an active member in both the Asian Club and Key Club at Pioneer High School. She has volunteered at both the Redwood Empire Food Bank as well as plant trees in our community via her work with Key Club. She is an active student in our health science and biotech pathway and plans to attend the Santa Rosa Junior College after graduation to pursue a degree as a radiologist. I know that Aishna will be very successful in her future. She is already successful at so many things. Aishna is a genuine, good-hearted young lady, and I am so proud of her goals for the future and for all that she has already done. Congratulations, Aishna. Next, we have Miss Nancy Thiel. If you worked at Steel Lane, Elsie Allen, or Pioneer, you should be standing up right now, cheering for this lady. All right. It is my absolute pleasure to name Nancy Thiel as our classified employee of the month at Pioneer High School. Nancy is celebrating her 25th year in Santa Rosa City Schools. Yeah. Nancy started her career in Santa Rosa City Schools as a library technician and instructional aide at Steel Lane Elementary School. In 2004, Nancy moved to Elsie Allen High School as the assistant principal's assistant and then the business office manager. In 2015, we were lucky to have Nancy join us as our business office manager. It is no surprise that with her extensive experience and a variety of responsibility, that Nancy is full of great ideas, sound advice, and most appreciated by me, a trusted ear. Nancy works closely with our staff, students, and administrative team. She is helpful, honest, incredibly hardworking, and reliable. One staff member shared, Nancy is an amazing asset for our school. She is always helpful in every event. She constantly volunteers her personal time and goes above and beyond to organize everything. She is extremely helpful in advocating and assisting in money matters. She constantly checks in on staff and is so helpful, kind, and caring. She organizes events for staff members and follows through on ideas to make Pioneer a better school and community. As well, Nancy is known for her willingness to help other offices when needed. Nancy was the first person I went to when we wanted to put together a new teacher workroom. Nancy helped me organize, order, and stock this room with all the wonderful items a teacher could use. Even still, Nancy is the one who makes sure this room has materials. This morning, she was walking toner over. She makes sure it's clean and tidy and is welcoming. Frequently, you will see her working in all different offices at the school. As administrators, we depend on Nancy to help in many different classifications, such as picture day, senior packet and calendars, student planners, testing organization, admin correspondence, and mail. And graduation tickets are Nancy's specialty, as well as the senior end of the year information and AP testing. Nancy has volunteered to help facilitate our daily bulletin, as well as help with any task we ask of her. Nancy's ability to be flexible, her approachable attitude and willingness to step into tasks when asked make her a very valuable employee. Nancy cares about Pioneer High School. When she came to Pioneer, our athletics programs were constantly in the red. Under her guidance, we have come out of our financial deficit and each year find ourselves with a little bit extra thanks to Nancy's organizational prowess and expertise. Not only is she strategic with athletics, but she is our school's student leadership champion. Ms. Case, our activities director, shares, Nancy is our go-to staff member on campus. She helps us with ideas, supervision, clubs, transportation, and of course, our money. Our students love her, and I am grateful for her for making my first 2 years in this position seamless. If I was asked to describe Nancy Thiel in one word, it would be invaluable. I have learned so much from her. Her love of the Santa Rosa City School students is honest and true. Her helpful manner and willingness to step in is irreplaceable. Her sound advice and experienced wisdom is extremely useful and wholly appreciated. Pioneer High School is a better place because Nancy Thiel is with us, and we are thankful for her every day. Mr. Ryan Riddle. It is my privilege to name Ryan Riddle as this year's Pioneer High School Teacher of the Month. Ryan is committed to student learning, organized and thorough in his work ethic, and a strong team member. Ryan is our physical education department chairperson, as well as our school's athletic director. This year is Ryan's 8th year as a prospector. Ryan sits on our principal's advisory council, our Pioneer School Spirit Association, our facilities committee, and is our representative at all things CIF and MBL meetings, just to name a few. To begin with, Ryan is fiercely dedicated to making sure all students get as many opportunities for high quality education and curriculum as possible. As a PE teacher, Ryan runs an inclusive and fun physical education classroom. All 3 of my children have had Mr. Riddle as their PE teacher. And I'm pretty sure about 100 people in this room will tell you I am biased in all things Pioneer High School. But when it comes to my own kid's teacher, I'm really biased. When I asked them what they liked best about being in Mr. Riddle's class, all agreed on 2 specific things. The first being that Mr. Riddle is fun and easy to joke around with, even when running the mile. And the second is that if the temperature hits over 85, he cuts the mile in half. As an athletic director, Ryan is able to juggle multiple roles effectively and with success. He is our go-to person on campus when it comes to all things Pioneer sports. Ryan takes the lead on setting schedules, concussion testing, clearance for athletes, all of which go over and above his day-to-day work as a fabulous PE teacher. One of the best things about Ryan is his flexibility. PE teachers in general are constantly being asked to give up their teaching spaces for activities and school events. Ryan works hand in hand with our ASB classes, as well as our administration, and always puts our students first. He has wonderful ideas, he's detailed, and he is highly dependable. Furthermore, Ryan is a skilled and open communicator. Ryan is confident in expressing himself and attentive to honest dialogue with his colleagues. Ryan has been a huge help with offering PE in summer school in the Santa Rosa City School District on several occasions, and in doing so works with the wide range of individuals, being able to display attentive listening skills while also being able to build relationships and encourage success for all of our students. As a leader on our campus, Ryan works collaboratively, to make decisions. His calm demeanor allows him to handle difficult situations in a professional and caring way. We are very thankful that Ryan continues to make Pioneer his teaching home. And as a principal to over 1,000 Pioneer students and a mom of 3, I know we are in great hands with Mr. Riddle.
Thank you, Principal Correa, and congratulations one more time to Sophia, Ashley, Kristen, Aishna, Nancy, and Ryan. Yes, a round of applause. Such a special recognition. Before we move on to our next item, I do want to remind folks who are standing in the back here that we do need the aisles cleared due to fire code. We're being asked for folks to either step outside or find a seat in the chambers, but we do need them clear. The fire marshal may come. Just want to let everyone know. Secondly, we do have some students outside that need to be inside due to their classes. So if those students who are outside need to come inside, we would also like to prioritize them here in the room until we get through our different agenda items. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is item C8, school site parent organization updates. And we will hear from parent and ELAC representatives representing Steel Lane Elementary School and Pioneer High School. From Steel Lane Elementary School, we'd like to call down Yoni Hercules and Ashley Torado.
You get me again. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm going to be reading for both of them. So I'll do the ELAC presentation first.
Thank you so much to those who have been able to find seats. We really appreciate it.
Reading this on behalf of Yoni Hercules. Hello, my name is Yoni Hercules. I am a mom of 2 students from Steel Lane Elementary School. I am grateful for the effort that the principal and staff are making to make events where families can get involved and participate in events or activities like the Harvest Festival we had in October and other events that we will have in the future. I am also grateful that there is a mural on the wall outside the school where our families can express themselves or feel like they belong. I also want to thank all of the yard duties who take care of our children at school and the teachers for all of their effort and dedication that they put into their work as educators, and also the reading intervention specialists for all of her hard work. I also want to thank the board and everyone else for their time. And next is from our Steel Lane Foundation. The Steel Lane Foundation is delighted to share some exciting updates. Despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, we are thrilled to announce that we now have a dedicated art docent and garden teacher on board. Twice a month, our students have the opportunity to attend these classes alongside their peers, enhancing their creative and horticultural skills. Recently, we celebrated our annual Harvest Festival, a joyous occasion where children engaged in various activities such as playing carnival games, painting pumpkins, enjoying refreshing treats from Kona Ice, and participating in raffle prize contests. Looking ahead, we eagerly anticipate our upcoming Winter Fiesta Las Posadas event in January, followed by our grandest fundraiser initiative of the year, the Walkathon, scheduled for May. We are truly grateful for the support that makes these enriching experiences possible for our students.
Thank you, Principal Williams. Next, we have our ELAC representative, Maria Jorge from Pioneer High School, and PTO representative, Donna Prack.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Jorge, soy presidenta de ILAC de Pioneer High School. Gracias por dejarme estar aquí. Comenzamos nuestro ILAC con la elección de nuestros oficiales en Pioneer. Nuestro comité ILAC cuenta con el apoyo de la subdirectora Guadalupe Pérez Cook y tenemos la fortuna de tener 2 facilitadoras familiares este año, gracias por eso, que es la señorita Marlene Soria Silva y Annette Robles Ochoa. Este año el comité ILAC ha programado el tema basándose en las evaluaciones y las necesidades realizadas en la primavera. Temas de ILAC. En septiembre tuvimos la elección de los oficiales del comité de ILAC. En octubre tuvimos la presentación sobre la asistencia por la directora Patty Turner del distrito.
So I'm going to translate that. Good evening. My name is Maria Jorge. I'm the ELAC president. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you. We began our ELAC with the election of our officers. At Pioneer High School, our ELAC committee is supported by Assistant Principal Guadalupe Perez Cook and Family Engagement Facilitators Marlene Soria Silvia and Annette Robles Ochoa. This year, the ELAC committee had scheduled the topics based on the needs assessment conducted in the spring. The ELAC topics for September was the election of the officers. In October, there was a presentation by District Director Patty Turner regarding attendance.
En noviembre tendremos la presentación sobre información de pandillas por el señor Gustavo Mendoza, que ese será mañana en nuestra junta de ILAC. En enero tendremos la presentación de rutas seguras de la escuela y la información sobre ERES. En marzo tendremos la evaluación de necesidades y presentación de los requisitos universitarios profesionales y de graduación por la señora Álvarez de 10,000 Degrees. Y en abril, ILA le da las sugerencias para el plan escolar a la directora Andrea Correa sobre el título 1 y fondos del CAP. Y en mayo tendremos la celebración para los estudiantes que serán reclasificados. Eso será el 16 de mayo. Creo que sería todo por ahorita. Gracias por esta oportunidad de informar sobre el comité de ILAC de Pioneer High School. Gracias.
So President Maria Jorge was saying that the themes for October for ELAC is, which is tomorrow, the ELAC meeting, is a presentation by Gustavo Mendoza on gang information. In January, there'll be a presentation by Safe Routes to Schools and also information on ARIES and how to use ARIES because families requested that. In March, there will be a needs assessment presentation, a needs assessment survey and a presentation on the university professional and graduation requirements by Mrs. Alvarez from 10,000 Degrees. In April, ELAC gives Mrs. Correa, our principal, suggestions for the single plan for student achievement based on Title I and LCAP funds. And in March, we have a celebration for our students that are being reclassified. This year, we're looking at 50 students. That celebration is May 16th. She also wants to thank you for the opportunity to report on the ELAC committee this evening.
Gracias.
Hi, is there an award for like most parent updates? Because I'm on year 10, so in probably 6 more years at Pioneer, so.
Donna, I was just
Maybe a
telling
plaque
Director
after
Sheffield that you
my
were
time.
you were the first parent to organize me to really get involved in our district. So we see you, rock on, and thank you for all you do.
I'm always happy to do it with a grateful heart, because frankly, you couldn't afford me. So, as you know, my name's Donna Prack. I have 2 kids attending Pioneer High School. They're in 9th and 10th grade. My youngest is still at CCLA, so I have 6 years at Pioneer left. I'm grateful to be here tonight because I'm so excited to share with you all the wonderful events and changes that we have been up to this year. We formed a Pioneer School Spirit Association to replace our PTSA and our athletic boosters. We wanted to consolidate to better support our students and staff, and we are combining our efforts and creating shared focuses. Our goals are to organize more community events and fundraisers, provide scholarships, support the Pioneer Athletics and our teachers and staff with more appreciative initiatives. Because I live with my children, and I know you guys do not get the love and respect and gifts and just whatever the teachers want, you need to give it to them. Sorry. One of our first initiatives with the PSSA was we organized the color run. I think this is a great starting point for an annual event and a significant financial boost for us as a Title I school. You know, our parents and students solicited donations. We had a DJ and a jumpy, and we gave out prizes. We raised $10,000. And I really do think that our students and staff had a really good time getting doused with the colored powder, and we look forward to doing it again next year. If you didn't go to a Pioneer football game, you should have. We went 5-5, which was our best record since 2018. I don't want to say it's because I brought in food trucks and Kona Ice, but it's definitely changed up the energy. Our cheerleaders had a great halftime performance. It was fire, as the cool kids say it. We even brought in our culinary students, held a pop-up from the district, but it's a district food truck. They sold pizza. I highly recommend it. And it was just great to see our students show off their talent. So I hope to see some of you at our football games next year, preferably when we play a team we could win. And I even brought in a lot of our sports teams to work the snack bar because it would help with their fundraising efforts. We changed how we fundraise. If you worked in the snack bar, your team earned 100% of the profit, which is a great initiative when you have a smaller team like tennis. And I didn't have any problem finding volunteer help. So if another high school's listening, I would suggest doing what I did. And it also, with having the sports teams work in there, they also got real world job experience. I'm really proud of our ASB because they planned different themes for each home game and pumped up our crowds. And I really think our games were well attended this year. I mean, look, we're not Newman. We're not going, but really well attended, and they were fun. So I also want to talk about our parent information night that our wonderful Pioneer staff organized. We had every department there getting to put a spotlight on what we offer. I believe it when they say Pioneer is this hidden gem, and I don't know how to shout it out to the world loud enough that people need to take us seriously, because what we offer what they offer their students is incredible. The amount of support that our students receive, that my students are taking advantage of all these resources is incredible. And I'm so proud to be part of this Pioneer community that I want everybody to be a part of this Pioneer community. You have dedicated and passionate staff, and it shows. We had over 300 people there last night wanting more information about our school. And I couldn't have been more proud. I was there smoozing, but I was very proud. And with all the volunteer work that I do for Pioneer, there's always great interactions with the students, and I want to spotlight how incredible our students are. I don't really like people. It's funny because I'm a hardcore introvert, but I give to where I want. But I can't express my gratitude and appreciation for these students and the staff. So I just want to let you know, I'm awkward, but I mean the world. I mean, I will give you the world. So I just, So I just want you to stop. So I am excited for the future and being part of Piner's success. And I think there are misperception, when you spell a word so bad, misperceptions about our school community. And if families explore the many educations, careers, and social opportunities our campus has to offer, they would be excited to join our family. And school safety has been a huge topic of conversation around the district this year. You didn't think I would not talk about this. And I will believe we will always have room to make students feel even more comfortable. And I speak for myself and many other parents when I say I hope to see school resource officers back on our campus building positive relationships with students and the surrounding community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Principal Williams, for sharing on behalf of your school. We really appreciate hearing all of the wonderful updates and all of the wonderful work that's happening across our district. Item F1, this is the item that we have moved up on our agenda. This is a resolution recognizing November 14th, 2023 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. I understand we have some students that are here to be a part of this really great presentation, so we're going to ask them to come down. And I understand we have Christina Panza, Director of Education and Safe Routes to School from the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, also joining us. So we will invite you down for a presentation.
Thank you, President Manieri. I believe we have some Monroe students here this evening. If you could please come and join us down in the, they're like, no. Ms. Storrell, can you assist in making sure the students are introduced?
My name is Alex Tapia, and I'm in 6th grade. My name is Hannah, and I'm in 6th grade. My name is Jeremy, and I'm in 6th grade. My name is Beverly, and I'm in 6th grade.
Can I just say that you are amazing and thank you for being here tonight. It takes a lot of courage to be here, and so give yourselves a hand. I'm honored to present this resolution tonight in honor of the November 14th Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. And we have 9 of our elementary schools that are, well, our schools in general that are signed up to participate in the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Biella, Cesar Chavez, Lehman, Hidden Valley, Monroe, Proctor Terrace, Arts Charter, French American, and Steel Lane. Thank you so much for participating in this day. Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what the day means to you or why you're participating?
I just had the courage to.
Yes. Anyone else? You're courageous just being here. So Christina Panza, the Director for Safe Routes to School and Education and the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, she cannot be here tonight, but she'd like me to read a statement for her. from Christina. Thank you so much, Santa Rosa City School Board, for recognizing Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. And I am sorry I cannot be here tonight to accept this proclamation. I'm so pleased that Sonoma County Schools have embraced Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day with nearly 55 schools participating in the county. And at least the 9 schools in Santa Rosa City Schools District have registered so far to participate on or near November 14th. There is still time to register for the event. You can find the link to register, as well as our 2023 Ruby Bridges Be Safe, Be Seen Bingo Challenge on our Safe Routes to School website at www.sonomasaferoutes.org. From our Ruby Bridges event page, you can also link to resources about Ruby Bridges, including an event resource guide, a day of dialogue project guide, the song Walk Like Ruby Did, a virtual walk through history with Ruby, additional free lesson plans, and more. We hope participating schools will not only encourage students to walk or roll to school that day, and be seen and be safe and seen, while doing so, but also to celebrate equity, diversity, and the bravery of civil rights icon Ruby Bridges. Thanks so much for all of your support of the Safe Routes to School. Thank you so much to Tina for her statement. On this day, you can see our students here wearing some really magnificent shirts, and I want to thank Monroe for mine that I will be wearing next week. In addition, AAA has a program to provide free resources to participate in the Ruby Bridges Day. Each board member has been given a swag bag that includes the pennant, some bracelets, and a sticker to help. And I'll explain, the water bottle is for something else. So that we can also be seen and visible in participating in the day. So please enjoy the swag. And I know that many of our schools will also have these things for their students and community. With that, I am so excited to ask the board to consider approval of this very important resolution. And I hand it back to you, President Manieri.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell, and thank you to our amazing students who have stuck with us up until this time to be able to be with us for this resolution. So are there any board member questions at this time for this resolution? Director De La Cruz.
So I would just love to hear a little bit about how each of the schools plans to really engage students in the history lesson that is right in front of us here about the power of children's activism to desegregate and to fight for change inside of our institutions. You talk a little bit about the educational aspect of this day.
We have a couple of principals in the room if you would like to speak to it. Do we have the handheld mic? Oh, it's down there. Okay.
Hello, hello.
There you go.
All right, no pressure. Let's see. A few of the things that we have done and that we would like to do is, there is, I would say, 3 resources that we like to use. There are the Scholastic magazines that do have some really good resources for our staff to use. We typically, and I'm realizing in hindsight, do that on the 14th. Maybe we could do that before the day so that our students have a better understanding of it. So yeah, anyway, that piece. We also have kind of a reader that is for our younger students that they will use to kind of walk through the events that happen to Ruby Bridges. I think it is important that we talk about how we have a very racist history and a racist past. And if we can have our students understand that, then we might be able to not make those same mistakes moving forward, right? Anyway, one little thing that we might do. You guys are ready?
Are there any other principals who'd like to share with us? Okay, great. Are there any other board member questions? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to public comment. I have no blue cards for item F1, so this comes back to the board for any further discussion or a motion. No?
So just a motion, yes. First of all, I want to thank all of you wonderful representatives who are here in the purple shirts. And thank you for your bravery and thank you for your enthusiasm behind this day. I am very excited that we have schools participating again in the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. And I also just want to thank our partners with the Safe Routes to School and Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. And with that, I move approval of the resolution recognizing November 14th, 2023 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day.
I second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Before I do a roll call, are there any other comments from board members? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. At this time, we are going to take a short 5-minute break. When we resume, we will start with our reports for the evening. Check. Okay, we are going to resume our meeting in 60 seconds, so please make your way back to your seats. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back. Oh, I thought yeah. I don't want to be so loud. I know. Okay. And it's so loud.
Okay, if you're not quiet, Stephanie's gonna have to use her gavel.
I don't want to use the gavel. Okay.
All right, all
Thank
right.
you.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have to resume.
Thank you. It's working. It's working. Maybe if we just start. Okay. Thank you. I didn't want to use the gavel. Thank you so much for coming back. We are going to resume our meeting with our reports for this evening, starting with our CSEA Santa Rosa 75 report. Does President Mary Lehman have a report this evening? I see her. Welcome.
Yes. I was sort of waiting for public comment. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, no.
Good evening, President Manieri, Governing Board, Superintendent Trudell, Cabinet members, the community, including our teachers, classified staff, and everyone listening online tonight. Thank you, students, parents, teachers, and the community for expressing your feelings about our school safety in public comment, which will happen. It happened last board meeting. We appreciate that SRTA supports the return of SROs, and we are surveying our members in order to weigh in on this as safety at the school sites continues to be a concern. With all of our new administrators, teachers, and classified support staff, we are hoping to foster a more safety-oriented school culture. To do this, we need to be informed. The SART report at each board meeting is appreciated. We hope the district's proposed communication strategic plan will also help. Congratulations to the students and the teachers of the month from Steel Lane and Pioneer High School. In particular, we want to recognize our classified employees receiving this honor too. Ashley Tirado from Steel Lane and Nancy Thiel from Pioneer High School. Welcome to the new teachers and the new principal at Santa Rosa High School. Welcome to the 5 new hires and 5 promotions of classified this month. Have we filled all of the new positions added in SART? Although Ed Join now clearly states the classified hiring bonus, we still have 180 classified openings. We thank the district for the Professional Development Day. We were thankful it was not the first week of school. Will there be feedback from the participants shared with all of us? What are the plans for the next PD Day, January 26th, just 34 school days away? I remind the board that the district and CSEA still have a tentative agreement from 2019 for the salary compensation study. We are looking forward to beginning the process with the district as soon as possible. But the main reason I'm here tonight is to support SRTA's Sunshine Contract reopeners. What would students do without teachers? Yes, our students deserve the best teachers to be safe physically and emotionally, and they deserve the best educational experience we can provide. We are the parents, families, and community of these students, and we are passionate about helping our teachers. Yes, our students deserve the best. Show them you care too. Help us do that. May we join together in mindful gratitude during Thanksgiving recess with courage and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. Next, we have our Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. I will welcome President Catherine Howell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Wow. I'm Catherine Howell. I'm the SRTA president. And I represent every single one of these amazing people in this room tonight, and all of the more than 100 people on Zoom tonight, and every teacher, more than 900 of us combined in Santa Rosa City Schools. It is my honor to be their president, and it's my honor to be here tonight presenting this board with our openers for our negotiating contract season. So thank you, President Manieri, Superintendent Trinell, and members of the board, as I read this letter for you. The Santa Rosa Teachers Association hereby notices its intent to seek improvements in the learning conditions for Santa Rosa students and in the working conditions, wages, and health and welfare benefits for certificated educators as follows. Our students deserve the best educational professionals. Yet, according to the most recent data from the California Department of Education from the 21-22 school year, Santa Rosa City Schools educators earned an average nearly $3,000 below state average certificated pay. When considering health benefits as well, this number drops to more than $15,000 below the state average in total compensation. This inequity has led to widespread staff turnover and put Santa Rosa City Schools in a position that makes it extraordinarily difficult to attract and retain the best and most highly educated professionals. According to data published by Santa Rosa City Schools, 40% of our educators are leaving our district before year 5. Our total compensation is below state average, and the cost of living in Santa Rosa is far above state average. It's a problem. Educators are struggling with the highest inflation, the highest cost of living, and highest healthcare cost increases in decades. And SRCS is simply not in a position to be competitive with other school districts. SRTA proposes significant improvements in the areas of compensation and health benefits. Our students deserve the best educational experience we can give them. Dollars should be spent as close to our students as possible. Spend today's dollars on today's kids in today's classrooms. Our students deserve curriculum and supplies that will maximize access to learning. Our students deserve equal and equitable opportunities to take full advantage of their education. Our students deserve educators at their best. This includes provisions for educators such as enhanced leave rights and increased ability to care for new families. Because our students deserve the best, including the right to consistent teaching, SRTA requests improvements and clarity regarding involuntary transfers, reassignments, job sharing, and evaluations. SRTA proposes to partner with SRCS in effecting minor changes to language, contract maintenance, and other modifications designed to clarify our existing agreements throughout the contract. And because student participation increases academic success, our students deserve the best extracurricular opportunities and the best extracurricular leaders that we can give them. Safety is an essential precursor to learning. Our students deserve both the safest and the best learning environments. A truly safe school setting must extend beyond freedom from danger to include freedom from fear of danger. When our students are afraid and when our teachers are afraid, learning and teaching is inhibited and participation in school community activities fall. Our work conditions are also our students' learning conditions. Santa Rosa City Schools needs to address overpopulated classrooms and lack of preparation time, and in turn place greater value on the relationships between students and their educators. SRTA demands an equal voice to address these safety concerns that are adversely affecting learning environments. These factors prevent relationship building between students and educators, which lead to compromised quality of instruction and ultimately sacrifice the safety of the learning ecosystem. This is brought to you by our really amazing and really together negotiating team. Ian Myers is our chief negotiator. The rest of the team is Makandi. Danita Haynes. Tara Lyon. Hannah Hoffman. Edward Volpe. Ashley Bell. Christine Erkin. Dale Batt. We know that the district is looking at tough financial times. We've been told that at the Budget Advisory Committee. We've been told that many times. We've seen the financials. This negotiating team has looked at Santa Rosa's financials. And the bottom line is, where is your priority? You, the board, set that priority. The priority needs to be our students. Our students deserve the best that we can give them. And our teachers can't do that if we're not properly supported through compensation, through a safe working environment. And we hope that these negotiations will be very successful in making sure that Santa Rosa City Schools is still a place that people want to come and stay for their careers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Howell, and we look forward to those items coming up on our agenda. And it's really wonderful to see all the support in the room. The next item on our report is item D3, Superintendent Report. So I will hand it over to Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. I just want to take a moment to recognize the comments made by both President Lehman and President Howell. I was once a classroom teacher, and I understand the positive impact that our teachers and all staff have in the lives of our students and families. Today marks day 59 of the school year. There are only 121 more days of support of our students this school year. Our SRCS staff rock. On November 1st, we held a district-wide professional development day. We prepared for over 1,600 employees to be together at Santa Rosa High School, with the theme for the day being cultivating our roots, deepening our impact, growing hearts and minds. We offered over 100 workshops during the day on a variety of topics, most of which were led by our own amazing staff. Thank you to all of our SRCS team for engaging with us on November 1st. If the board could pull out, and I believe we have some water bottles that we've been trying to distribute for those who did not get one. I want to thank our partner, QKA, for donating funds in order to pay for these, to be able to have the swag at our November 1st Professional Development Day. So thank you. On to other news. We are wrapping up our facilities master plan community meetings tomorrow. And thank you all for the feedback. We are going to be starting a local control accountability plan, or LCAP, and budget roadshow, starting in late November and into December. These are an opportunity for our staff and community, our parents, to learn about how school financing works in California, to gain insights into what the LCAP covers and the process, an interactive Q&A with district leaders, and connect with fellow parents, students, teachers, and community members on this topic. And lastly, I will share that we will be holding a special board meeting on November 15th with a focus on our graduation rate data and college readiness data. With that, I will hand it back to you, President Manieri.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. Next is the board president report. I do have something really exciting to share. I had the privilege yesterday of attending a presentation at Valley Elementary in Rincon Valley for an extraordinary program called Schoolyard Wrap. Schoolyard Wrap was established in 2015. It is a Black-owned company that focuses on creating educational content and curriculum through the lens of history. Their mission is to enhance the educational experiences of learners by providing curriculum, content, music, and professional development that uplifts the narratives of minorities. It was really amazing to see the founder of this organization, a former public school teacher and principal, engage an entire cafeteria of fifth graders with joyful rap about the contributions of Latinos, the Black and African American community, the AAPI community, and women. It was a really, truly inspiring thing to witness. He even rapped in Spanish, which was just amazing. And I'm thrilled to share that the Sonoma County Office of Education is working toward bringing Schoolyard Wrap to assemblies in our county for all of our students. So it's a really big lift that they're undertaking, but they're making this happen. And so I'm just really grateful for that. And I really want to give a shout out to Dr. Bae Jones, Rincon Valley Unified School District's Equity Director, for bringing Schoolyard Wrap to Santa Rosa and now to all of Sonoma County. She is a true rock star, and this wouldn't be happening without her tireless advocacy and hard work. So that's my report for this evening. Next, our board member reports. Are there any reports this evening? Director De La Torre.
Wow, I got a promotion. That's awesome. I just wanted to take my time with the board report with this month to share some gratitude and appreciation, and encourage all of us to share that gratitude with our family, our friends, our colleagues, those that are in our lives, those that touch our children's lives, our students' lives. I'm extremely grateful to be in this position and have this seat and have this opportunity to be a part of this process. And I'm really grateful for those of you in the room, those of you online, and those of you in the community to dedicate your time and energy and volunteer your time to make a better community for Santa Rosa City Schools. If you've ever had the privilege of receiving a random act of kindness, you know how that warms your heart. Even better so if you've had the opportunity to provide a random act of kindness, it really does warm your heart. And want to encourage you to think about those opportunities through this month and through the end of this year and through everything we're dealing with to grow this community, strengthen this community, and continue to love on each other and raise each other up so that we can all do better. So thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you for your support, and looking forward to continuing to work with all of you.
Director de la Torre, Director de la Cruz, de la Torre de la Cruz.
All the de las in the house. I just wanted to share words of thanks for our partnership, ongoing partnership with Santa Rosa City Council to really get our two institutions together to talk about our value system, how we're aligning around ideas around the continuum of safety in our schools and in our community. It continues to be a very rich conversation, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to build those relationships. I also just wanted to lift up the amazing work of Maestra Emma Zavala, who with Mr. Trejo brought beautiful altares to the Santa Rosa Junior College to celebrate Dia de los Muertos, and to all the students who participated in Courthouse Square during November 1st and 2nd to commemorate our ancestors and people who have passed who we have not forgotten, joining together through cultural celebrations and music and dance. It was really beautiful to see our community represented in those spaces. And then just a bunch of fun things that I got to watch incredible kids running last week in the NBL finals of all of our beautiful schools in Santa Rosa City Schools. And so congratulations to all of the people who ran, who crossed those finish lines. And it's just a lot of joy to see kids just giving all of themselves in such a beautiful way in such a beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director de la Cruz. We'll have Vice President Medina and then Director Sheffield.
Thank you, President Manieri. I just want to report back to the board about our joint committee meeting with the city of Santa Rosa. We had a meeting this past Monday. In that meeting, we received a presentation from Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Program. Chief Cregan was also there, shared some information with us. Our next step is to follow up and developing some questions for the chief who will be at our next meeting. And also today I interacted with Mayor Rogers and we're working to develop a joint communication talking about our work that I will share with the board. And the only other thing that I want to say that I was very disappointed that I wasn't able to make the performance at O.C. Allen last Thursday of the mariachi, their first performance. I was really looking forward to it, but family came in from Arizona and well, we did have a beautiful Dia de los Muertos at our altar, but I really wanted to be at that mariachi performance because I think it's a beautiful program that's getting going and it's just in its infant stages.
It was an amazing time. If I may, before we go, Director Sheffield, I forgot to mention that I also went to that performance and it was so amazing. So LC Allen High School and Maria Carrillo High School are the only high schools in all of Sonoma County who have a mariachi program, and both are just so incredibly successful and well attended, well participated in. So congratulations to our music educators at LC Allen and Maria Carrillo for such a fantastic program. It was also the debut that night at LC Allen for the Ballet Folklorico group, and those dancers also did a great job. Director Sheffield.
Thank you. Just a few things to share. Last week, I attended the Sonoma County 4Cs Champions for Children Recognition Luncheon. President Manieri was also there in attendance, and it was a great event. We see a lot of the students that go through these programs. They come directly to our schools, and at the recognition portion of the luncheon, SRCS alum Lindsay Rose Persina received the Positive Social Connections Peer Leadership Young Professional Award. So very proud, one of our own. She's a product of Sonoma County and one of our students. It was great to see her receive this recognition. Also, I met with Police Chief Cregan, as well as a meeting with a Monty parent who reached out to me around school safety and SRO programs. Very productive meetings, and I definitely appreciate folks reaching out with issues that they want to bring forward around making our campuses safer. If we can be productive in these discussions and respectful the way that we have been, we're making headway here, and we're all in it to make our school campuses, make our students and our families feel safe going to school. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other reports this evening, we will move on to item D6, our safety report, and I will hand it over to Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. Per the request of the board, I'm going to be sharing some information this evening regarding a request for current contracts and partnerships with SRPD. First, it is important to share that when an emergency occurs and there is a need for a response from emergency services responders like the Santa Rosa Police Department or the Santa Rosa Fire Department, we are not billed for their response. On occasion, there may be a bill for a false alarm, but that is rare and it really depends on the situation. But currently we have no contracts with the Santa Rosa Police Department. I'm going to be sharing information from our financial records between the years of 2009 and 2023 of services we have been invoiced for, which primarily cover services like having an officer at a football game or a graduation. I'm going to be showing a spreadsheet in a moment and sharing my screen, but I will just give you the numbers. We had one invoice over this year, this 14-year span for Cook Middle, 5 invoices for the district office and board meetings, 4 invoices for Elsie Allen, 10 invoices for Maria Carrillo, 13 invoices for Montgomery, 12 invoices for Piner, 7 invoices for Santa Rosa High School. The total of these invoices over the course of the 14 years is $68,284.47. So I'm going to share my screen now. Let me do that. Just so that you can see the breakdown. All right, can everyone see that? Sorry, I'll make it a little bigger. Okay, so basically by the numbers, you can see here that starting with Cook, the amount of that particular event and the time. For the district office and M&O, the reason why M&O is here is because we did have a false alarm response at Santa Rosa High School. But other than that, for a short time, we did have police services here during our board meeting. So you can see the costs associated with that. Elsie Allen, you can see, was primarily for graduations over the years, as well as Maria Carrillo. You can see the majority was either graduation, but we did have an instance in the spring where there was some foot patrol support. At Montgomery, there were a lot of instances around graduation and football games, dances. As we got into the spring, of course, we did have support there from Officer Luigi. So you can see here where it says foot patrol, that those are charges when Officer Luigi was supporting the school. The majority of these funds for that particular charge came out of the district general fund. We have invoices for Piner High School, again, a lot of graduation, opportunities of support, prom, some security at Santa Rosa High School, also for school events, football games, for security. Again, the total amount there. You can also, as I was going through, see the costs as I go back up associated per school a little over 7,000 for Santa Rosa High School, a little over 5,000 for Piner, over 36,000 for Montgomery, over 5,000 for Carrillo, a little over 3,000 for Elsie, a little over 9,000 for district office and board, and a little under $500 for Cook Middle School at the time. As far as the site charges, most of the time when it comes to graduations or football games, those are being paid for out of site funds. I think that there was an understanding by some in the community that when we do have emergency services or support from our police department at our games or other events, that it is free to us. It is not. And I do not speak for the police department, but what I do know is that oftentimes the officers who are supporting us are off of their contract time. So they are working overtime, and that is why they get paid to be at our services and events, which is why we get charged for that. I will stop sharing my screen. That is my main safety report for tonight, and I will see if there are any questions from the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. That's very useful data. Thank you. Are there any questions from board members at this time? Okay. Thank you. This brings us to item D7, our next report for this evening. This is the District English Learner Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the DLAC report. And we will be seeing a report from Presidente Adrian Juarez and Director of Multilingual Services, Eduviges Llamas.
Eduviges will join us via Zoom.
Thank you.
Is Adrian first?
Sure, we can start with Presidente Juarez. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta Manieri, Superintendente Trunell, miembros de la mesa directiva y comunidad. Mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, actual presidente del DILAC. Nuestro comité ejecutivo incluye también a la señora Karen Chumil, vicepresidenta, y a la señora Naxeli Zúñiga, secretaria del comité de DILAC. Es un placer estar aquí esta tarde y compartir con ustedes esta noche.
Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Trudell, members of the board and the community. My name is Adrian Juarez, and I'm the current president of DLAC. Our executive committee also includes Ms. Karen Chumil, who serves as vice president, and Ms. Naxeli Zúñiga, who serves as secretary of the DLAC committee. It's a pleasure to be here this evening and share with you.
Nuestro comité de DILAC sigue trabajando y esta tarde o esta noche les compartiremos logros y peticiones.
Our DLAC committee continues its work, and this evening we'll share some of our successes and requests with you.
En mayo del año pasado, por primera vez se celebró a nivel del distrito una celebración para reconocer a estudiantes que fueron reclasificados a proficientes en el idioma inglés y a los estudiantes que recibieron el sello estatal de alfabetización. Esta fue una oportunidad de celebrar en comunidad. Este año escolar, la celebración está programada para el 9 de mayo.
Last May, a district-wide celebration was held for the first time to recognize students who were classified as proficient in the English language and also for students who received the state seal of illiteracy. This was an opportunity to celebrate for us as a community. This school year, the celebration is scheduled for May 9th, 2024.
Esperamos contar con la presencia de todos ustedes.
We hope that all of you will be able to attend.
Este verano, el Departamento de Servicios Multilingües terminó la actualización del Plan Maestro para Aprendices del Inglés. Esta actualización se aprobó en junio y sabemos que continuarán apoyando las recomendaciones que se determinaron en el Plan Maestro, como el desarrollo de cursos con estrategias SADAI, apoyo de salud mental para estudiantes con trauma por desplazamiento o otras necesidades. Continuar el incremento del personal para apoyar a los planteles con más de un 15% de aprendices del inglés, por nombrar algunas recomendaciones.
This summer, the Department of Multilingual Services completed the update of the master plan for English learners. This update was approved in June, and we know that we'll continue to support the implementation of the recommendations stated in the master plan, such as the development of courses with SIDI strategies, mental health support for students with displacement trauma or other needs, and the continued increase in the number of staff members who support schools with more than 15% English learners, just to name a few of those recommendations.
En octubre, la superintendente Trunell respondió a nuestra petición y asistió a nuestra reunión para presentarnos acerca del comité SART. Nos compartió el trabajo que han hecho el comité, habló acerca de las posiciones que se incrementaron y de los puestos vacantes en el comité. Esperamos que la seguridad de todos nuestros estudiantes continúe siendo una prioridad para todos.
In October, Superintendent Trunell responded to our request and attended our meeting to talk with us about the SART committee. She discussed with us all the work that the committee has done, talked about the new staff positions, and also about some vacant positions on the committee itself. We hope that the safety of students continues to be a priority for everyone.
Este año se ofrecieron 2 entrenamientos para miembros del comité, de los comités de ILAC. La meta es apoyar a nuestros padres a participar en los comités para abogar por la educación de nuestros hijos. Una capacitación para activamente participar en el comité y trabajar en conjunto con los administradores para incrementar el involucramiento de padres en los comités y las escuelas.
This year, 2 training sessions were offered for the ELAC committee members. The goal is to support our parents, helping them to participate in committees, to advocate for the education for all our children. They are being trained to actively participate in the committee and work together with administrators to increase parent involvement in the committees and schools.
El mes de octubre y la semana pasada tuvimos a los administradores de algunas de nuestras escuelas que asistieron a nuestra reunión a presentar acerca de la encuesta de necesidades que se realizaron en sus escuelas el año pasado y las metas de sus planes escolares para el rendimiento estudiantil. En específico, pedimos que compartan las acciones y planes que tienen para apoyar a los estudiantes aprendices del inglés y cómo incrementarán la participación familiar en sus escuelas. Tendremos más presentaciones en diciembre y enero. Agradecemos a todos los administradores y personal que asisten a las reuniones del comité a hacer sus presentaciones.
In the month of October, as well as last week, we had administrators from some of our schools attend our meetings to discuss their survey of needs conducted at their schools last year and the goals in their school plan for student achievement, the SIPSA. Specifically, we are asking that you share what actions and plans you have in place to support EL students and how you intend to increase family involvement in our schools. We have more presentations in the months of December and January. We thank all the administrators and the staff who attend these committee meetings to make their presentations.
Actualmente tenemos candidatos para las posiciones del Comité Ejecutivo de DILAC y esperamos en diciembre poder llevar a cabo las elecciones e instalar el nuevo comité que llevará el liderazgo de este comité.
We currently have candidates for the DLAC Executive Committee positions, and we hope in the month of December to be able to hold elections and to install the new executive committee that will lead this committee going forward.
Como padres de familia, es muy importante el involucramiento familiar y el abogar por nuestros hijos, al igual que por todos los estudiantes de nuestra comunidad. Los padres que participamos en los comités de ILAC, DILAC y el concilio escolar, tenemos la oportunidad de aprender, recibir entrenamiento y capacitaciones para activamente participar en estos comités. Somos parte del equipo de apoyo para el rendimiento académico de nuestros hijos. Como tal, no asistimos a las reuniones para cuestionar a los administradores o para causar problemas, sino que para nosotros son oportunidades para practicar, abogar y ejercer las herramientas y los derechos de los cuales hemos aprendido a través de estos comités. Agradecemos a todo el personal del distrito que apoyan a los padres y a nuestros estudiantes. La unión hace la fuerza y agradecemos el apoyo para seguir adelante, apoyando al distrito por el bien de todos los estudiantes.
As parents, we feel that family involvement and advocating for our children, as well as for all students in our community, is very important. Parents who participate in ELAC, DLAC, and school site council committees have the opportunity to learn, receive various types of training, and actively participate in these committees. We are part of the support team for our children's academic performance. We don't attend meetings just to question administrators or cause problems. Instead, these are opportunities for us to practice, advocate, and exercise the tools and rights that we have learned about through these committees. We thank all the district staff who support parents and our students. There is strength in numbers, and we appreciate your continued support for the district and the good of all students.
Agradecemos que la directora McNally asistirá a nuestras reuniones para que ella vea el compromiso de nuestro comité hacia la educación de nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
We also appreciate that Director McNally will be attending our meetings so she can see our committee's commitment to the education of our students. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Presidente Juárez. Director Llamas, is there anything that you would like to share with us this evening?
Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Tranel, members of the board, and community. We just wanted to say thank you for your support towards our DLAC committee. Thank you to President Juárez, who this summer completed his second term as president. And we look forward to seeing what the next committee in December, they'll decide who the next executive committee members will be. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Llamas. The next report on our agenda is the CSBA report. Do we have a report this evening?
No, I do not, but I do have a question for el señor Juárez.
Okay.
Señor
Juárez, tenemos una pregunta
una
para usted. Si
preguntita
quiere
nada más,
regresar.
señor.
Disculpa.
Disculpe, ¿cuándo y dónde vamos a tener la celebración de la reclasificación de los estudiantes? Nos dijo que en mayo 9, pero no en qué lugar y o a qué horas. ¿Sabemos o no?
Ahorita al momento no tenemos la locación. La celebración pasada fue en Santa Rosa High School. Ahorita todavía no tenemos planeado, pero en cuanto tengamos la información, yo creo que se les vamos a dejar saber y esperamos nos acompañen en la celebración. Contamos con su presencia.
Sí,
So
es
they're
verlo.
counting on-
Ya lo puse en el
counting on
calendario.
you guys being there at the meeting. The location and date well, the date has been set, but the location has not been identified. But of course, we will let you know so that all of you can participate.
Gracias.
Algo más que quisiera agregar, no solamente esperemos esta presentación, nos gustaría que nos pudieran acompañar en nuestra reunión de DLAC o si pudieran ir a nuestras reuniones de ELAC, en las escuelas también, para que ustedes se den cuenta de las preocupaciones de los padres de familia que tenemos, ¿verdad? En general, ¿verdad?
Ever the salesman, he's trying to recruit you for the DLAC and ELAC meetings themselves so that you can be more plugged into the concerns that are affecting parents and see them personally.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
So no CSBA report this evening. Okay, this brings us to public comment on non-agenda items. At this time, we will open it up for public comment on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board on non-agenda items only. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. During public comments, we kindly ask that you maintain a respectful and civil tone during your comments, keeping in mind that differing opinions are welcome. We would like to warn the public that according to our policy guidelines, personal attacks, offensive language, or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated and will lead to a discontinuance of your comments. Thank you for your cooperation in creating a constructive and inclusive meeting. So I have blue cards for public comment. I will read the first 3 names so folks can queue up, and then I will continue reading names to let folks know when they are next. The first 3 speakers we have are Dwayne DeWitt, Margaret Boone, and Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, Santa Rosa High School graduate. My comments today honor Santa Rosa High School teachers, Raul Diaz, United States Navy war hero, Battle of Midway, Eugene DeSoto, United States Army war hero, D-Day and Battle of Bulge. Emmett O'Neill, United States Navy pilot, and Mr. Stout, Army Vietnam veteran. Excuse me. Veterans Day is Saturday, November 11th, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, commemorating Armistice Day of the war to end all wars, ending November 11th, 1918, World War I. This Veterans Day at 10:30 a.m. here at Santa Rosa City Hall at the Veterans Memorial out front in the commemoration of veterans, there'll be U.S. military service people who have served our country. Many Native Americans, especially Pomo and Miwok natives from this area, have served, and some are on, their names are on that wall out there. A Native American veteran of World War II will speak. He'll be 99 on Christmas Eve. There are community concerns this current school board is not honoring veterans well. There are now concerns the district is not allowing U.S. military veterans and active duty service members to visit schools to discuss service to our country. Serving our country is something I'm proud of. At these difficult times worldwide, please make sure all Santa Rosa Unified School District campuses are welcoming to the men and women of our United States military to visit. Please join us veterans here at Santa Rosa City
Thank
Hall
you, Mr.
in
DeWitt.
3 days. On Saturday, the
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Thank you. Thank you. That was an important announcement. I wanted to make sure folks heard it. Next is Margaret Boone, followed by Micah Carlin Goldberg, followed by Diego Argueta.
Good evening. The great divide between what teachers, parents, and students want versus what the leadership of this district wants seems to me to come down to the debate about how to best serve our students who are struggling academically, have become violent, and oftentimes have joined gangs. Those of us on the front lines keep saying not enough is being done. The kids are not being disciplined. There's a strong call for SROs. Those of you behind the scenes keep saying that these are children. There are no bad children. Punishment doesn't work, and most of our punishments are temporary anyway. I think the disconnect we are seeing is that the district sees us as wanting to throw these kids away because they are bad. They think we're saying if you took this 2% of kids and just drove them out, schools would be fixed. The thing is, we are teachers, we are parents. We understand that these are kids. We are people who have made a conscious choice to go out there and be involved in kids' life with the goal of making those lives better. Quite a while ago, I wrote to you about the concept of behavioral interventions versus just punishment. I talked about the idea that all behavior is driven by need, and finding the root cause of that behavior and meeting that need in a socially acceptable way was the key to stopping the violence. I stand by that, but how are we doing that when we have a one-size-fits-all way of addressing kids' needs? A through G for all has a 22% success rate, or to put that another way, 78% failure rate. Superintendent Trunell herself said suspensions and expulsions are up, so our MTSS is also not succeeding. You see alternative schools as banishment. You say the kids can't be taken from their family, AKA their schools, but that's hyperbolic. We need more alternative education. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next is Micah Carlin Goldberg, followed by Diego Argueta, followed by Julia Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Micah Carlin Goldberg. I'm an SRTA member from Steel Lane Elementary. I want to bring everybody's attention to the recent tentative agreement that San Francisco Unified managed to come to an agreement with their union that covers their classified and certificated staff, where they are bringing the minimum wage for their classified employees to $30 an hour with an 8% raise for every person who was already making more than that. and a $9,000 on-schedule raise for all certificated members, which has a bigger impact on newer teachers. It is possible to pay appropriately. Now, my primary thing to talk about is professional development. Last week, we had a professional development at Santa Rosa High. I had the honor of teaching about 60 of my colleagues about Google Classroom and how to get your email under control with Gmail. I had about 25 people who sent me messages saying, I'm not allowed to be there because I'm being forced to take another course that I don't really want to take. I had one of our classified staff was required to take an all-day CPR training when they were already certified through next year. I don't understand that. We also hear rumblings that some people in the district office were unhappy about the number of certificated staff who took a personal day rather than attend that training. Last year, I took a personal day rather than attend the training in the spring because I was so fried and tired that I needed a day off. And if I take a day off on any day when there's students, it's 2.5 hours of sub-plans for me to stay home that day. If it's a PD day, it's no planning. Half the people I know who took a PN day went to their classrooms to work. I hope that in the spring, you give us the opportunity to just go to our sites and work with our colleagues. That is the professional development that we need. Also, it kind of doesn't look good that you paid somebody $4,000 an hour to come and talk to us about something that doesn't really impact the classroom. Thank you.
Next is Diego Argueta, followed by Julia Stewart, followed by Melissa Stewart.
As a student at SRHS, I have seen many issues in which the SRTA I've been trying to address this honorable board for many months now. Here are as follows. Teachers getting overwhelmed due to the large classrooms, the bathroom being constantly destroyed. But the most pressing issue I want to talk about is the SROs. Many people who advocate for the SROs, they don't know the discrimination that my people, but basically anyone who hasn't had to face racial discrimination has to deal with. Every time I see a police officer, I feel like they're gonna racial profile me because I'm a Latino and I'm a proud one at that. And they're saying that we should use SROs for virtually everything. I'm not against them. I'm saying that if we're gonna use SROs, at least use them at last moment. Like if it's really necessary, yeah, go ahead, use the police. Jessica, I was the former restorative specialist at my school last year, helped repair a relationship from the verge of collapse and to a strong brotherly relationship that still lasts to this day. This is proof, not only of my story, but of many stories across the community, that restorative justice is one of the main answers, that we don't need to use force at every single circumstance for people to understand what people are going through. I believe that in order to gain the trust of the SRTA and of your community, please give these teachers your demands. Please give these staff, as they are one of the most best people, and forever, I'll be forever grateful to them. I just want to say good luck. Thank you.
That's so sweet.
Thank you, Diego. Next is Julia Stewart, followed by Melissa Stewart, followed by Adrian Juarez Cruz with Spanish translation.
Hi, my name is Julia Stewart, and I have 3 kids in the Santa Rosa City School District. I'm here to keep the conversation going about reinstating SROs. I want to thank the board for continuing to listen to our concerns about school safety, but also want to encourage action to be taken, such as making sure funding and resources are available if the decision to reinstate SROs is made. The sooner SROs are back on campus, the sooner they can start establishing relationships with students to help change the narrative that they should be feared. After immense discussion about the SRO program, our Safe Campus Alliance group was taught not only about the extensive training resource officers go through, but also how much they learn from the students by being on campus. We're asking for an opportunity to share the proven benefits of the SRO programs and want to keep the conversation going about how to listen to the concerns of the people who do have negative feelings towards SROs. This is an opportunity for us to bridge the gap between the youth and law enforcement. Given the chance, I believe our police department can change the narrative with students who fear them into being seen as trusted adults who are for them. With everything they are up against, our children need more trusted adults. The bottom line is teachers and administration are not trying to deal with the safety concerns that are arising. We will continue to advocate for carefully selected, specifically trained, and properly equipped resource officers. Please continue to help us create a safe learning environment for all students and staff. Thank you.
Next is Melissa Stewart, followed by Alexa Forrester, followed by Ome Zuniga.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melissa Stewart. I was going to speak on something else, but how can I not talk in support of these incredible teachers that are in this room tonight? As a parent of 3 children in the Santa Rosa City School District, I get emotional thinking about how teachers have not only played a part in my life personally, as a student, but as a parent. I'm going to get emotional. I'm sorry. I'm here to support all the teachers as well as the students. Please give them whatever they ask for. Our community does not thrive if we do not invest in our students. Listen to the advice of our teachers. I know I have as a student and as a parent, and sometimes it can be humbling. We cannot thrive as a community if we do not invest in our students. And I want to say that again. And the investment we put into our teachers affects our students and affects our community. They work so hard for very little pay. They deserve more than we are currently offering them. And I am so incredibly proud of the group of SRTA teachers and reps that are here tonight, and thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Next is Alexa Forrester, followed by Ome Zuniga, followed by Scott Kincaid.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alexa Forrester. My son is a sophomore at Montgomery High, and my younger son will hopefully be starting there in a couple years as well. I'm here tonight to address the learning conditions at Monty. I have heard from my son and his friends that the fights on campus are a regular disruption and seem to be getting worse. I have heard from teachers who are exhausted trying to mitigate and repair the damage done by these fights. And of course, the students involved in the fights suffer as well. I'm an educator myself. I have a doctorate in political philosophy from the University of Michigan, and I teach full-time as a philosophy instructor at the JC. I have a focus on preventing violence. And over the last 10 years, I've studied the causes and potential preventions of domestic violence, gang violence, police violence, and child abuse. I mention this not to say that I'm an expert, quite the opposite. The more I've learned, the more I've come to understand how complicated and hard it is to create nonviolent, sustained communities. And I am very glad that the school board is proceeding carefully with plans for long-term violence prevention. Having said this, I am here to request 2 things from the board. First, I'd like you to ask you to reassign Officer Luigi to Monty's campus for the remainder of the school year. When a patient breaks their leg, it is important not to remove the cast too early or the healing process cannot be completed. The Monty community experienced a traumatic event last spring, and Luigi was part of that healing process, but the district abandoned that healing support too soon. And so we asked to please bring him back. Second, I was fortunate to attend the facilities master plan presentation at Monty. Very excited about the proposed changes and hoping that those can be fast-tracked. At the heart of every safe and successful learning environment is dignity, Our students, our teachers, and our school staff
Thank
deserve
you.
that.
Thank you.
Please
Your
use
time is
power to
up.
make it happen.
Thank you. Next is Ome Suniga, followed by Scott Kincaid, followed by Jason Farnham.
Hi, my name is Ome Suniga. I'm a junior at Santa Rosa High School, and I'm here representing Youth Activism Club. If you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you're going. Going back to the past without understanding it is a mistake. Let's move forward with students and families who are most impacted by this decision in the lead. There's been a lot of conversation lately about schools, and most of it breaks down to just a black or white choice to whether to have a school resource officer program in Santa Rosa City Schools. This is not a solution to increase safety in schools because data shows that a police presence in schools increases the risk to Black, Indigenous, and students of color, and students with disabilities. Yes, Officer Luigi is a valuable and beloved resource to our schools and students, but there is only one of him in our city. And we definitely need more cops like Officer Luigi, but that is also not the case yet. He is a trained therapist and a mental health crisis expert, and he speaks Spanish. If we make this a personal issue, we miss the point that there is only one Officer Luigi Valencia. And there is a much larger system that we know continues to hurt students of color and students with disabilities more than anyone else. Safety cannot only be about the people in uniforms with guns at school. Safety is about connection, de-escalation, mental health services, and stress management, less homework, more fun, and having lots of trained adults in our schools to make sure that we are safe. And they need to be paid more because they are so important. They are so important to us. Our teachers, our restoratives, our counselors, these are all the people who are trying to do the best they can to keep us safe, and they do it without guns and without risk to our being stuck in a school to prison pipeline. The first police presence in schools was to support safely in new integrated public schools after the school shootings increased. The federal government increased funding for schools to hire police, despite no evidence that police in schools would actually stop shootings. In fact, in highly publicized cases like Parkland and Uvalde, officers did not step in and prevent the deaths of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ome. Next is Scott Kincaid, followed by Jason Farnham, followed by Deborah Tapia de Martin.
Good evening. I'm here again tonight to speak for the swift return of school resource officers to Santa Rosa City Schools, high school and middle school campuses. Just wanted to give the board some information. On November 1st, I attended a meeting regarding community safety. Addressing a question pertaining to gang and youth violence, Roanoke Park Department of Public Safety Deputy Chief Kevin Kilgore said, the Roanoke Park Agency had seen some children committing violent crimes, but not as much of a spike as elsewhere in the county. He attributes this to community partners and school resource officer, Debbie LeMason. He states LeMason's done a phenomenal job of building relationships with our students, staff, and faculty in our schools. Because of those relationships, we're able to really have our finger on the pulse of the youth in our communities. Kilgore also spoke to the importance of continuing to work with the underserved communities, such as LGBTQ+ students and communities of color. We need a yes from this board to move forward with the creation and fulfillment of the SRO positions. As you have seen with the additional positions you've already created that are instrumental to the welfare of our students, they take time to fill. Please give the same consideration for the SRO position as it too will take time to fill. The safety of our students, teachers, community depend on it. We are all here for the long haul to put in the hard work to get a comprehensive school safety plan implemented. I also want to take the last seconds to support the SRTA in their contract negotiations. You're lucky they're not here to seek hazard pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next is Jason Farnham, followed by Deborah Tapia de Martin, followed by Deanna Oliveras.
dear members of the board. My name is Jason Farnham, and I have a 7th grader at Slater, and 2 more kids who will be there soon. Every day I worry about my son's safety at Slater. His name is Henry. I'm here today to support reinstating our SROs, our school resource officers. It's right there in the name, isn't it? Resource. A resource for our kids, a resource for all our kids, whether they be Black, white, Latino, Asian, Native American. These are not regular beat cops who are pulled off the streets who don't know how to deal with people or kids. These are individuals who have been trained to act on behalf of the students, not against them, not to deport them, but to protect them, not to intimidate, but to de-escalate. They're resource officers the students actually have the chance to build a relationship with. Think of the significance of that. We should be viewing this as an opportunity and not necessarily with a negative perspective. Gang violence at school is on the rise. Sonoma County is not immune. We're parents, teachers, students, and community members who just want our kids to be safe at school. We know reinstating the SROs isn't the full solution, but it is a crucial first step. And the funding can be made available. The figures I've been given, $1.6 million for 6 SROs for 1 year. We've done the math. We're ready to rock, but we can't do it without you. We need your help. Won't you please be that bridge? Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Next is Deborah Tapia de Martin. And Deborah, are you going to talk about the SR fax relocation? Because that'll be in the next agenda item.
I will do that on the agenda item.
Okay.
This is just an overall.
Okay, thank you.
Buenas noches a todos los miembros de la Junta. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members. Mi nombre es Deborah Tapia de Martín y estoy aquí para hablar de mi escuela, la escuela en la que van mis hijos. I'm here to talk about the school that my kids attend, SRFAX, the French American School. Esa escuela es muy especial porque es el único lugar aquí en Santa Rosa en donde uno se siente que hay diversidad. Se puede ver. Está representada en los niños, en las familias y en los maestros. Y eso es algo muy raro aquí en Santa Rosa. Yo lo puedo decir porque soy una persona que no soy de Santa Rosa, vengo de afuera. Our school is very special. It's one of the few places in Santa Rosa that you can see the diversity of parents, families, kids, and teachers. I know that our school doesn't have the best rep out there. I do not know why. I am not from here. I'm from Puerto Rico originally, and I've been here for 7 years, and that is the school that I chose for my kids. Nuestra comunidad trabaja arduamente para conseguir todos los fondos necesarios para que esa inmersión que tenemos ahí continúe. Hay mucho liderazgo, hay mucha participación familiar, que es algo que todas las escuelas quieren tener. We have such a strong leadership from parents and teachers there. And there's an overwhelming support from parents that are always collaborating, always looking for what can we do to make our school better. Y por eso estoy aquí, para decirles que es algo muy especial que necesita seguir floreciendo. We need to continue our school. We have been working very hard to have built a pipeline so our students can continue learning the French in Slater and now in Montgomery. Yo creo que es una oportunidad muy, muy, muy importante porque toda la magia que hay en SRFAX se puede llevar a Slater, se puede llevar a Montgomery, esa comunidad que tenemos. This is the best way to that. I'm here to please ask you that just consider the school in itself and its value when you're making decisions that you're gonna probably say later on.
Deborah, if I can ask you to maybe share your last thought. Por la traducción, we allowed a little bit of time, pero gracias.
Y lo que quiero es compartir ese orgullo que muchas familias que no están aquí presentes tenemos de la escuela y por esa razón queremos que el programa continúe como está. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Next is Deanna Oliveras, followed by Holly Cumby, followed by Rosa Perez.
Hello, Superintendent Trinnell and Board. I have so much to say, but being here tonight, I decided to throw all that out the window and say that I admire the parents that are here and SRTA that are here. And I want to say that this board historically, because I've been speaking up for the last few years, they're used to us they're kind of used to us ebbing and flowing. So do not stop flowing. Keep pressuring them. Keep coming. They're used to around the holidays and winter, people not showing up. And then New Year's, we have a lot going on, so we stop coming to meetings. And then we pick up about springtime, and then we stop coming. And we pick up right before summer, and then we stop coming. And then election time comes, and nobody votes. So it's imperative. I've been in about 4 different groups of parents this last few years regarding SROs, and this is the biggest group that I have seen, and you need to keep coming and keep showing up. Keep doing what you're doing. Remember who's in your district. Remember who is not supporting SROs. Ask Catherine Howe and SRTA to not support the candidates next year. They give thousands of dollars to the candidates last year, and our kids are still not safe. Our teachers are still not safe. Ask the classified union, ask the local unions, the builder unions, the carpenters union, the teachers union, not to line the pockets so they can win the elections. Our kids are at stake. Our teachers are unsafe. Our kids are unsafe. Do what you can. Keep showing up. They're banking on you not showing up. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Next is Holly, followed by Rosa, followed by Dr. Bay Jones.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Holly Cumby, and I come here tonight in support of improving teacher compensation. Here's a little about me and why it's imperative that we raise wages for educators. I grew up in a lower income household and had the idea instilled in me that I had to turn out better than my parents, one a high school dropout and one who graduated high school. Going to college, they said, was the path to success. I did what I was raised to do. I went to college and became a teacher because I love helping others and I love to talk, much to the frustration of my former teachers, sorry. I've worked in education for over 13 years, 8 as a teacher, and I'm still finding it very difficult to afford living in the community I love and teach in. I love what I do, however, and I would never consider another career. Some more about me. My husband is a first-generation Mexican immigrant. He also shares my frustration. Together, we both, broke generational poverty and worked hard. He has a successful career in construction. We did everything quote unquote right, and yet the American dream of owning a home is still so out of reach in this very expensive county that we live in. So forget saving for our kids' college for now. This is not the fault of anyone sitting in this room, of course, but I do believe that we can make bigger strides towards paying teachers what we deserve, but most importantly, what we need to continue working in the community we live in. So as we embark on negotiations, I implore you to do the right thing, dig deep in the budget to find the funding needed to pay teachers as the educated professionals that we are, a respectable wage that better reflects the contributions we make to our communities. Our students deserve the best.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Holly. And as a reminder, if there are any comments around negotiations or sunshining, that is item F3 on our agenda today. So you're welcome to give public comment then. Next is Rosa Perez.
Thank you. My name is Rosa Perez. I'm a parent in the district. I have two sons in 5th grade. And yeah, I guess where I want to start is, I'm probably one of your older parents too. But when I was very young, growing up in San Francisco with my parents who were immigrants from El Salvador, what I got involved with in our community was doing youth organizing. And it was really important because the focus of our youth organizing, and it's still really relevant today, the focus of youth working together was to help each other stay out of difficulty, primarily with the police. We trained each other, we supported each other, we troubleshooted with each other whenever there were conflicts, but we knew that we were the ones that could best resolve issues. And from that, I went on to college and I eventually became an EOPS counselor and stayed in education. And I became an EOPS counselor given my experience as a youth organizer, knowing that we needed culturally competent counselors who came from our communities, who had grown up with our youth, who understood language, family, and culture, who would, I was working at City College of San Francisco, and it didn't matter that the students were over 18. We knew how important it was to work with immigrant families, to help, just understand the system of education and that complexity. And I really want to say, I do not believe police belong in our schools. I think we need counselors. I think we need youth promotores. If you're going to invest in anything, youth helping youth, whether you call them peer counselors, I think promotores is a very powerful program. And certainly counselors who come from the lived experiences will be the type that can help our youth, with each other and navigate the difficulties that they're having. I've never seen, I've spent 40 years in education working
Thank you, Rosa.
in
Thank
this
you.
business,
Time is
and I
up.
just don't think police are.
Thank you, Rosa. Next is Dr. Bay Jones, and then the next couple of cards say youth on them. They are unnamed, but if you are one of these youth who put a card up, gave us a card, please queue up.
Hi, good evening to the board and members of the community. My name is Dr. Bay Jones. We are in need of care. We are in need of love and more talking, more friendships, and more joy. We need to really reflect on that. We're acting out of fear. Fear is real, but it won't resolve the real issues. More teachers who are respected, who are given what they need. They need training. They need cultural training. They need support. That comes in the way of academics. That comes in the way of care and understanding about the students before them. I hear the smirks. It makes me sad because we're not against each other. We're not against each other. We need to recognize that. We need to model that for the next generation. We cannot agree on everything. That's all right. But we can come together on some things. And that's what we should be focusing on. What's the one or two things that we can agree on? And let's work on those. And let's model what we want for all of our children. Not police. Not police in our schools.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jones. So the next card is from one of our youth.
Hi, my name is Nico. I am a student in your schools. I want to have more teachers and counselors and not just police because I am in school to learn how to think, to work with my peers and play with my friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. And we had one more blue card that says youth on it. Come on up.
I'm a student in your schools. Please give us more teachers, more fun projects. Help us learn how to get along, to talk and discuss problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next blue card is from Ana Lugo.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Trinell. My name is Ana Lugo. I am a member of the Santa Rosa community. I'm also in your district, and I have a nephew in your district who just started 7th grade this year. I want to speak to you in my role as an equity expert and an expert in the realms of equity and anti-racism. I want to start by saying I stand squarely in support of teachers. I am deeply disappointed in the district and in the lack of support that it has provided its teachers and the resources. I completely hear every single thing they've said. They have been saying it for years. They said it through A through G. They have said it through ethnic studies. They are saying it now. And I think that at some point, we have to look at leadership and understand really where you are coming from in your inability to support the people who are responsible for the lives of our children. I also want to say I stand squarely in opposition of police officers in our schools. We cannot separate racism and violence from law enforcement and what the level of history and trauma. I think that we need to design to the margins. We need to be anti-racist in our approach. As somebody who does systems change, I can tell you it can be done. And you are not going to fix it by doing the same old, same old. What I'm hearing from community, what I'm here to tell you, because I just sat with one of your staff earlier today and very frustratedly told her that her checking boxes just so that she could cover her liability was absolutely unacceptable. I tell you the same thing to you. Continuing to check boxes isn't going to work. And so if we want to actually do right by students, we have to design to the margins and be anti-racist in our approach.
Thank you, Ana. Thank you to everyone who shared with us your concerns and your thoughts and your insights. These are all of the blue cards I have for public comment, but I do just want to share that this board is absolutely listening. We have made changes to how we present information during our board meetings so that folks have more access to knowing what it is that we are trying to do and what we are doing. A lot of these concerns are the same concerns that we have as not just as board members and people of this community, but as parents, as tias, as cousins, as people who deeply care about our youth. And so I just want to share and express how much there is a lot of common ground, and we can find that common ground and move forward together. Thank you so much for coming this evening and for speaking up. And we encourage you to continue to do that. Thank you. This brings us to item F2 of our agenda. This is a discussion item on our facilities master plan. The purpose of this discussion is to provide the board and community with a presentation of the draft facilities master plan for the Santa Rosa City School District. Just to share a little bit of recent history regarding our facilities master plan. A facilities master plan was created in 2015 after voters in Santa Rosa passed bond measures I and L for facilities. At that time, the district faced facilities needs exceeding $1 billion. In 2022, Santa Rosa City Schools had that plan updated to show all the accomplishments of Measure I and L in that master plan, even though Measures I and L helped bring our district new technology and helped to keep our classrooms safe, warm, and dry. The updated price for the existing plan still has the district's needs at over $1 billion. In November 2022, the voters of Santa Rosa passed bond measures C and G. Due to changes in demographics, enrollment, TK, and other educational and programmatic changes, a new update to the facilities master plan is needed. So here we are. Thank you, Lisa, Eric, and our QK partners for being here and providing this presentation. I will hand it over to you.
Good evening. Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, Superintendent Trinnell, and members of our SRCS community here in person and watching online. I'm going to go ahead and hand over the presentation this evening to our partners at QKA. As you shared, we will be presenting information on our draft facilities master plan. We do have some updated slides compared to what was attached to the agenda, so we'll call that out as we go through the presentation this evening.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you everyone for having us here. We're excited to talk about the draft and be back to talk about facilities. So our agenda today is really to just give a quick overview of the process and kind of remind everyone the road that we've been on over the last few months. And then we're not going to go through the entire 380 or whatever page document it was, but we thought we'd go through one section for Slater Middle School as an example so we can talk about the overall format and content of the document. And then we have a little bit of a high-level summary of that as well and talk about our next steps from here. So we always start with kind of just a reminder of why we're here, that the quality of the school facilities matters. It matters to the quality of the education that happens within those buildings. It matters to students and to parents and to teachers and to staff. And that we know that Santa Rosa City Schools facilities need some improvement. And we want to, the goal with our process is always to maximize the impact of the funding we have so we can make the most improvement to the educational environment with the money that we have to spend. And these are the same slides we use at all of our community meetings, at all of our site committee meetings to remind everyone that every school has unique needs and an important part of our process is getting that school and community input and that we need their help. So this is kind of a quick diagram of our overall process. I think we're probably close to, if not over 70 meetings now that we've had with different stakeholders across the community over the past 10 months or so that we've been working on this. Probably the most important of those are the school site committee meetings. We met with a site committee chaired by the principal at each school twice, once in the spring and once in the fall, representing faculty, students, and parents, and ask them to help provide input on behalf of those groups and help us communicate with those groups as well. And then all of that information feeds into the executive committee, which is all of us and our colleagues in the cabinet, as well as on the professional side. And we also met with a series of district-wide groups that you can see listed up there as well. And then we have been holding community meetings across the district at each high school representing the schools in that neighborhood. We've had 4 so far. We have 1 more tomorrow night at LC Allen High School. And so all that information comes into across every school, across the whole district comes into the draft master plan that is part of the packet today that we're talking about today. And we're asking for additional input from you and from the community on as we put together the final version of that. And we present that to you as a recommendation for your review and approval. Next. One of the most important things that we think about throughout this process that we also talk about at almost every meeting is our approach to equity. So that starts with the educational facilities guidelines, which was originally developed as part of that 2015-16 master plan. We had a whole bunch of folks involved in producing that, and then we updated it this year as well. And that sets kind of a benchmark for what does every elementary school need to have to meet the educational needs? What does every middle school? What does every high school? So that we have kind of a common framework, a common set of goals. And then every school is a little bit different condition and a little different state and has different needs. And our job is to kind of identify there in the diagram on the right, kind of what we need, improvements we need to make to get every school to that same level and how to do that equitably across the district reflecting that they are all in different conditions and they all have different needs as well. Next. So these are some of the main things that we've talked about throughout this process that we've gotten a lot of feedback on. The mission for the overall process is across the top there, talking about prioritizing improvements for all facilities to meet the educational needs of the school and equitably support student achievement and well-being. We've talked a lot about safety and security, which we've talked about with the board before. We talked a lot about removing or replacing aging portable classrooms, which are in many cases, in almost all cases, well beyond their useful life and don't provide the high quality learning environments that we want to see. We've talked about just needing to provide space and support for all of our programs, improving outdoor spaces, modernizing our permanent buildings, right-sizing our schools so that we're not spreading that money too thinly, that we're really concentrating it where it's needed most to have the facilities to support the enrollment that we have now and that we are likely to have in the future. And then making sure that we have appropriate space for all of our critical programs and address infrastructure and maintenance issues as well. Quick overview of the schedule is kind of 3 phases of information gathering in the spring, all those site committee meetings, but also doing capacity and demographic analysis, planning and design over the summer, taking all that information, putting it together into some initial plans for each school site. And then in the fall, reviewing and finalizing. So getting input on those plans and which projects are most important from each site committee. And then review and input from you all, the board, from the community forum presentations, and all that will go into the final documents, which we'll bring back to you on December 13th. So that will represent the facilities master plan, which is, as was mentioned earlier, has been developed and updated and represents more costs than the district has to spend with the current Measure C and G bonds. We always want to identify all the needs, even if they're beyond the funds that we have, so that we have a long range plan to build towards, that we know kind of each piece that we're putting in place is building towards that. But also we will have additional funding down the road too. We're pursuing state facilities funding all in many different ways through different grant programs. And with a long range facilities master plan, we know the best way to use that funding to make the biggest impact every time we get additional funding. So from that, we will select the individual projects, which based on what has the highest impact to education and how to do that equitably across the district. And that will go into the implementation plan. And that represents the projects that we're recommending to spend the money that the district has through Measure C and G on to be with that available funding, which project's going to have the biggest impact. Next. So quick overview of the overall schedule. Really, we just want to kind of drive home that this is a long and involved process, that it will probably take the better part of a decade to fully implement the bond and complete all of the projects. That starts with the election in 2022, the master planning we've been doing this year, and then we'll go into a series of design and construction projects, and each project has a design phase, an approval phase by the state, and then a construction phase, and that can take 1 to 3 years depending on the size and complexity of the project. And those projects will happen in stages across the district. So with that, we want to kind of just go over the Slater Middle School draft document. This is a draft. Many of you're all involved in education, you know that what a rough draft looks like, and it needs a lot of review. It needs a lot of red pencil, a lot of marking up. So we've gotten some of those comments already and some of that feedback, and we've been starting that review already since we posted the document a week ago. So that's something that we'll be taking a careful look at, and really that's what this process is for. But on the first page of every school site, we have kind of basic data and information. This is where we show how many classrooms we have currently and what that enrollment was in the last school year, how many classrooms we're planning for, and what that projected enrollment is. And across the district, that's been a careful process of evaluating those different factors, evaluating the capacity, and always trying to make sure that we have a little cushion there, that there's a little bit more capacity than we have enrollment projected, but that we're not building additional classrooms beyond what we really need. So we're not spreading that money too thinly across the district. We're not using that money to build classrooms where we could use it to improve existing spaces that would be a better use. Next. So there's kind of an overall summary. Some of that still needs to be completed. We're in the process of reviewing and finalizing the cost information, but still need to kind of break it down into individual projects and put all that together. So that will come together and update the little bar chart that shows how that work is distributed across the different score ranges. We'll also be updating the indicators of quality scores for each project and then totaling them for each school. And we talked about kind of the rubric for that last time I was here a month or so ago. Next. And then we have kind of a quick aerial image of the overall school, just for frame of reference for what it looks like now. And then for each kind of building or major component, we have these existing conditions summary that just give a quick overview of some of the challenges and opportunities and a simple kind of rating of how the condition is of these different components of the school site. So you can kind of probably relatively quickly skip through each of these. We can see, you'll see some areas that have been improved pretty significantly since the 2016. So you see the technology infrastructure here is in pretty good shape because that was something that a lot of investment was put into in Measures I&L. We see lighting and electrical systems, a lot of those have been upgraded too. And we see building systems, mechanical and plumbing, some of that has also been upgraded. So similar thing. Go ahead, keep skipping. Yeah, a couple more. So we can see we have those for each building on the Slater campus. And I think it's the next one. There we go. And then we get to the overall plan. So for each school site, there's kind of this overall plan diagram, and then we'll break that down into individual projects. But we have a few different colors on the plan to represent different types of projects. So the blue are new construction, new building projects. The yellow is modernization, renovation of existing spaces. So that's what we call kind of a light modernization. So that's essentially fixing what's worn out, replacing what needs to be replaced. So flooring, furniture, windows and doors, if those need to be replaced, finishes like wall paint, wall, if there's fabric or tack wall or marker boards, those kinds of things. And then the orange is a heavier modernization where it needs a lot more work, maybe needs to kind of have more of the building systems replaced. It needs to be reconfigured to meet a different need or renovated in a much larger way. So, and then we also identify the perimeter fencing with the red line work. We identify site features that are upgraded, things like that. So on this school site, the major projects we're looking at are some perimeter fencing to improve security, addition and renovation of the main office to the campus to provide better working places for all the support staff, but also more of a clear sense of entry so that it's clear where the front door to the school is. And when you come to the school site, we're setting up all of the schools and planning them all so that there's a single point of entry. That during the school day, you have to go through the office to get onto the school site. So it's really important that it's clear where the office is and all that fencing and construction works together. And then we have a couple of new building projects that are proposed as well. That one that Lisa's pointing out there is a new cafeteria and as well as arts classrooms. And part of that too is also replacing the existing cafeteria, which is in relatively bad shape, but also moving it to the south a little bit so we can create more of a student quad to the right of that. There's not really a good outdoor student gathering space on the Slater campus. They're just kind of the narrow corridors or the narrow courtyards between the buildings. So that was something that we had talked about with the committee here. Next. So then we take that overall plan and break that down into a number of individual projects. So each one of these gets a little description, it gets a little enlarged plan, it will get a cost identified for that project. And then we'll also rate that project in each of these 6 indicators of quality and provide a total score for that. So you can see a few of those here. We have classroom, you have campus-wide safety and security upgrades, remodeling the current existing industrial tech room to be more of a flexible space for teachers and students to use for many things. And you can see as we go through this, there's a number of projects identified. Go ahead and go to the next. So we have kind of campus-wide site improvements. Next. modernization of classrooms, modernization of library. Next. Modernization of the existing gym, which has some areas that need a little bit heavier work. So you can see some of the support spaces are there in orange to give them a heavier renovation. Next. And there's the admin addition and renovation that we talked about as well, creating a new entry plaza facing Sonoma Avenue there, so that there's a clear sense of entry and secure entry as well. Next. And then there's the new building that we talked about. Next. So overall, this is an update, and I don't think we got quite the updated one, Lisa, but one of the things that we did notice, but that we were still working on, is we did kind of make a little bit of a change in how we were approaching the Biela campus. And we didn't quite by last Wednesday have the cost estimates for that, but we do have them now. And so I think it was about a 27, yeah, about $27 million of improvements in modernization and site improvements that were identified at Biela that are now included in the draft. And then that updated the total at the bottom as well. But you can see all the proposed improvements across each school site listed here as a summary. And the totals there, and I think the total for the elementary school campus ended up at just under $400 million, but we'll actually see that again in a minute. So what that represents overall across the district is about $1.5 billion of facilities need. As President Manieri mentioned earlier, in 2016, it was a little closer to 1.2 billion. And so that has increased over time, but I think what this does also show is much less of an increase than the construction cost has increased. So if we had just looked at the same things we'd identified in 2016 and just updated those costs to today, it would have gone up 62%. That's how much construction costs have increased over that time. So what we see here is that we can see the impact of the $229 million that were invested in measures I and L. We can also see the impact of some of the other funds that were invested in facilities over the years and grants and things like that were pursued as well. And then our efforts to kind of right size the schools with enrollment and make sure that we're being strategic about that as well, and concentrating those funds where they're needed most. So this is kind of just a quick overview of that right sizing approach. So currently, our school year 22-23, we had 14,600 and so students, and our overall capacity of all the schools in the district was over 21,000. And what we're planning is we see, a decline in enrollment, as we've talked about before, and we're also reducing the capacity, but we still have a lot of room between what we are projecting the enrollment and the capacity. So there's still room for flexibility. There's still room for growth. If that does happen, if there's room for, any enrollment projection is a projection, and there will be change in that, and there's room and flexibility within that. But we are reducing the size of the school facilities a little bit to align, or proposing to better align with the planned enrollment and the current enrollment. Next. And a big piece of that is replacing the portable classrooms, and again, replacing them only to the extent that we really need them. So currently the district has 228 portable classrooms across the district, and most, if not all of those, are beyond their useful life and really do need to be replaced and really provide a pretty inadequate learning environment as well. And so in the master plan, excuse me. In the master plan, we are actually showing 88 new high quality classrooms, right size for that enrollment. A lot of those, especially obviously the elementary school level, we are proposing as TK and kinder classrooms. In many cases, we might have a number of portable classrooms on that campus that we want to remove, but we can't remove all of them and still meet the needs of the enrollment, and where we want to build back a few classrooms. We don't have a lot of classrooms on the elementary schools that are appropriately designed and sized for kindergarten and transitional kindergarten. Most of the campuses only have 1 or 2. And as we get to full TK implementation, we need 4 to 6 typically. And so we'll take this as an opportunity to plan those facilities that are designed to be a little bit bigger classrooms, to have dedicated restrooms in them, which are especially important as we start to get more and more 3- and 4-year-olds on school sites and having those appropriate facilities. And then we also have some classrooms that we're proposing typically to provide spaces that serve specific specialized programs where they can't go in other classrooms, and where that they may have been in a portable before, and they may have not really had an appropriate facility. So trying to think strategically about where we are putting new classrooms in, making sure that we're using those to do things that we can't do now. Next. So overall, looking at the 2 districts and the overall bond funds of $125 million in the elementary school district, and the need of about $375, and in the high school district of a little over $1.1 billion in need and $398 million in funding. So in both cases, we're right about a third. Essentially, we're able to meet about a third of the overall need with the district, and then hopefully we'll be able to supplement that with state funding and some other things a little bit as well. But that unfortunately is the overall picture, that we have enough money to make a significant impact on every school campus, but not to do everything that we'd love to be able to do for them. Next. So from here, we have a number of things we're working on. We have a lot of work to do to get to that December 13th final draft. Completing the cost estimating and the indicators of quality scores for all the projects, incorporating all the input that we have heard from the community through these community meetings, through emails as well, that we will hear tonight from you and from comments, and that we'll get communications of over the next few weeks as well. And then we'll also be working to develop that implementation plan, kind of selecting from the master plan which projects are the best to fund with the measure C and G. And then bringing all that back to present for approval on December 13th. And then from there, we get to get started and start on design and construction projects, and start bringing some of these projects to fruition to make those improvements to the school sites. With that, we want to open it up for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I think there may be a lot of questions. We'll start this way on the dais, starting with Director Flores down, and then we'll go this way.
Thank you for your presentation. I have just a couple, but I think they're long, sort of winded questions. Can you walk me through, before I say this, as a school employee myself, one of my pet peeves is that there is sometimes a disconnect, right? In terms of what happens at the ground floor level, right? And what's being presented here. So having said that, can you walk me through what is the process in which you gather site admin and teacher input, right? In terms of making this plan, because we received a lot of emails. In one of these emails, it said that this is regarding CCLA, that in page 167 it states that our site has insufficient facilities to accommodate projected enrollment. And then in page 166, it is recommended that we decrease the overall number of classrooms by 2, while at the same time estimate an increase of over 100 students in 2029, 2030. So, there's a discrepancy in this reporting here. And there's a lot of questions in this email, and I'll forward that to the superintendent. I'm sure you'll get this email.
Oh, I've seen it already. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me what are we going to do to address these sort of nuances and issues that are happening at each site level?
So there's a couple questions in there. So we'll start at with the first one, which is how do we gather site administrator and teacher input? So that is primarily through the site committee meetings. So at each school, we asked the principal to put together a group that represents all those stakeholders, and we met with them twice. Of course, some of the folks on the committee changed. It went over school years. And that is always going to happen. But we had a lot of good input. We had a great committee at CCLA that we met with that we got a lot of good input from. So that is a primary method that we use to get that input. And then another important method is is exactly what you just read off, is those emails. So is reviewing the materials that that were attached to the agenda and identifying anything that we may not have heard quite correctly, the feedback that we didn't quite get, and identify things that aren't quite right in there, like what you mentioned about the first couple pages. So there's a couple things in there that that are kind of held over from the previous version of the master plan for CCLA when it was at Comstock, where it talks about inadequate facilities and capacity and things like that, that just didn't get updated. So that needs to be corrected and needs to get updated in the final draft. And that's kind of a good example of exactly the work that we're doing right now, is going through all of that with a careful eye to make sure we're checking all of those things, to make sure they're correct, checking to make sure the enrollment numbers are correct, and that all of that got transferred from the projection document into that document correctly. And that was actually one of the things I was looking at that earlier today for that specific email, and noticed that when I entered that in, I transposed two numbers from the report, and actually the enrollment in there is a little bit lower than what that number shows. So that kind of addresses some of those questions that were raised. But that's exactly the review and feedback that we're doing now, and that the help that we need from all of you too, to take a close look at that, especially teachers and staff at that school site that are always going to know those school sites much better than we do, and that we need that feedback to make sure that we're addressing all of those needs as best we can.
So we only have about 5 weeks before December 13th when we have to approve this. So are we going back to each site to ensure that we're gathering that sort of feedback within this 5-week period that we have, to see if we found any other discrepancies? Because the people in those sites are the folks that are going to know the answers and nuances to these sort of issues that are happening, right? And then I think it would be important for us to go back, in the next few weeks that we have left, to find out that information, gather that and get that out of the way before we're given a final presentation. Because I don't want to get another, because this is not the only email, by the way, at least that I received, that we are about to approve the final draft with lots of errors and lack of sort of teacher input or site admin input, or the perception of that, right? Because of what it has been given to us. So, that is a suggestion, and that's more than a question. And then, so that's all I had for now.
I would definitely like to hear an answer if there is a plan to do that. I think that's incredibly important. Is that something that we can do?
So the CCLA and LC meeting is tomorrow night. So we've been actually doing that and soliciting that additional input. Those things have been incorporated in the updates that are being made right now. So that's part of the community input that we've been doing over this last week and this current week, is exactly that. The draft came out while we were in the middle of doing the community meetings. So we can always follow up with the principals to make sure that they're getting that information out to their staff and communities for input as well. And if there's a desire for additional community meetings, we can take a look at how we would do that. We've had pretty good attendance at the meetings and really good feedback.
And I had a second question. And slide 27, and I don't know if you guys had this question here, but in slide number 27, when the omission of Biela and SRCS, right? That's another problematic slide that went out to the public. It created a lot of pandemonium in terms of folks thinking, what is happening to Biela and what is happening to SRCS, especially since we had discussions about SRCS being in a fault line, right? Mm-hmm. So it would behoove us to make sure that we address that, at this point, to make sure that, what is it? Because a lot of folks are thinking out there that and I heard that you had a $27 million, estimate for that, but that wasn't listed. What are we doing, right? In terms of site improvements to Biela, right? Because we have a lot of parents and teachers from that side that they're preoccupied, or they're afraid that something's happening to Biela because of that particular slide. And I don't know if Superintendent Turnell will answer this, or you'll answer this question.
I'd like to start. First, I just want to recognize the amount of work and effort that has gone into all of the meetings, the 70+ meetings. We have invited numerous individuals to be a part of the process. And in regard to Biella and SRFAX, through the community meetings with those particular communities, we did listen to the feedback and the concerns. And as such, I sent out communication to both communities, letting them know that we were slowing the process because there were recommendations made about movement and locations. And so we did pull that back, and I want to reinforce that we did. So that means we are going back to those two particular communities to gain additional insight and to problem solve some of the things that we are needing to face with both sites. In particular, the board was included on that communication. I can forward that again, just so that you have it. But we are listening, and that is an example, that is a demonstration of how we are listening and the fact that we are taking action, or that we are slowing action in order to do that. And part of this process, while it is not perfect, we do very much appreciate the fact that we have the additional time between now and December in order to be able to garner any additional input from our communities. And so, yes, we will be following up with our sites. While we may not, the sites may not have the capacity for us to hold completely new and additional community, wide meetings, I think that there is some work that can be done on the part of the sites that we will support them in garnering any final input with a date, so that we have an opportunity to add any of those additional considerations into the plan, which is why there was discrepancies, because we pulled information out of our final presentation to be able to demonstrate that we're not going to be making any of those moves right now.
And the other thing too is, like, I don't see steel lane listed on the facility master plan summary either.
Yeah, Lisa and I were conferring to get the right slides up, because that was something that we noticed and corrected for today's presentation as well. It's included in the total. It just got left off that summary table.
But you gave us an estimate for Biella. Do we have an estimate for steel lane?
Yeah.
I'm actually going to, if I can share this, I pulled the wrong attachment from all of the updates and revisions. So that's my apologies there. I'm going to go ahead and share the page.
So you can see, yeah,
Oops.
there you go.
One more down. There we go.
So you can see Biella up at the top there, the second from the top, and then steel lane at the bottom at just under 50 million.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we can attach the corrected version to the minutes.
Thank you. Director De La Torre.
So a lot of my questions have been answered. I just want to reiterate what Superintendent Trinell shared, that we're very appreciative of the amount of time and effort and work that goes into this. It can be very daunting and overwhelming with the amount of sites and the condition of those sites. But with that being said, it's very important that key stakeholders and the community directly affected on these sites aren't missed. And this week we have gotten a lot of communication that some people felt like those meetings either were not communicated properly or they were misinterpreted, and some key stakeholders had missed those. So I appreciate hearing that this is an opportunity for that information to make it to you guys, so that we can cross those T's and dot those I's and ensure that those are covered and tracked and understood. I do have something that came up with the French American Charter School with the situation it's dealing with being on the current fault line. There's a lot of parent community that are now asking more questions. And is that something we're addressing? Is there a current risk assessment of earthquakes for that site? Because if we can't build there in the future because of the fault line, a lot of parents are interpreting it as it may not be a safe site now where it's at. And I'm just curious if that's something that has been brought to our attention and we're dealing with.
Yeah, that's something obviously we talked about quite a bit with that community. We had a special meeting with them just to talk about that issue and about the overall facilities master plan there and the approach. And it is the concerns and what we've been trying to explain at those meetings, but it is very complex, is that these are rules and regulations that have to do with construction. They are not a statement on the safety of the existing school site or those facilities. They're just regulations that have to do with when and where and how we can build schools and make significant improvements to those schools. So the district has done assessments in the past to look at that. And then we've been having discussions about kind of various next steps moving forward with that site, and both evaluating getting more detail on the limitations in the construction and the fault line mapping and things like that. And we're in conversation about kind of what the next steps are there and what we can take moving forward to address both the future construction, but also the concern you brought up, because we heard that from the community as well. About just being especially clear and maybe having a little bit more engineering assessment of the existing buildings too.
If I can please add that, and maybe you can divulge a little bit more information, because there are questions about, well, we were able to do construction or have projects at SRFAX before. Why the change now? If you could please address that.
So Aaron shared some information from the DSA, which had to do with changes in the law when that code was enacted in 2010, effective for 2011, that really changed, made it very clear what we can and can't do. We did have, if there were projects that may have moved forward, say like an HVAC that was a like for like, it would never have gone to DSA. And so that may have just been missed. It doesn't mean that it necessarily was okay or not okay. It wasn't evaluated under that process because it didn't require going through that. Now that we know what the restrictions are and the changes that have happened, that would not be something that we would do without further exploration to make sure that we could.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Director Rao.
I just had one short question. You talked about putting fences all up around the school so you could only go through the main office. I was just wondering if the fences were going to have gates that could be locked at certain points so that students coming in and out of school could maybe have a bigger point of access to get to their school to sort of prevent crowding.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure nobody wants all of the students to go through the office in and out. So, and in the meetings, we talked about this obviously in more detail than we did tonight, but that is the goal for operationally. That's what we want to see after the bell rings. But there can be larger gates. There will be larger gates, both for safety and access and, exiting in an emergency and all of those reasons to allow the larger number of students in, but that's supervised, right? So that staff is always monitoring that so that we can still make sure that we know who's coming in and out. And then the other thing with that too is we're pretty careful about how we do that and working with the site committee to make sure we're really using the buildings as the perimeter wherever we can. So really we're installing fencing and gates between buildings, not kind of around the school, because we still want people to feel welcome. We still want the schools to be inviting for people to come in. We just want them to check in the office first, and maybe not walk their dogs through the middle of the school during the day. But so we still want the schools to feel that way. And that's something that we look at very specifically with each school committee about where are the right locations for these fencing and gates? How can we configure any new buildings or additions to buildings to make that, to kind of strike that right balance? We want it to be secure, but we also want it to be welcoming and inviting.
Sounds great. Thank you.
I can just add for that question. It's a great question. It has come up a lot. There are a lot of schools that have gone through this in the past, and what may not be in the documents or hasn't been said yet, but what we need to understand is when a school community gets gated and they're looking for that single point of entry, it's single point of entry during operating hours. So there are going to be access points that are supervised at drop off and pick up for students to egress and regress from the campus. And a lot of those gates would have crash handles on the inside because they'd be locked from the outside. That way, if there was an emergency, they needed to evacuate campus, students did not all have to go out the one entry point during the day. So it's just some key points with fencing. You guys are designers, you know what that's like, but just hearing those things might put some minds at ease that these are all things that are always put into discussions with schools.
Absolutely. And the one other thing that comes up too is that it's not intended to change after hours access to fields or playgrounds or anything like that. There can be gates there that are opened up to maintain the same kind of access that we have now. So that goes into that too. All that is considered into the design to keep it safe in all ways.
Director Sheffield.
First, I want to well, thank you for the presentation. And I want to echo some of the concerns that around stakeholder involvement in this process. 70 meetings over 10 months. We're always going to hear from folks who did not know. It's such a large school community. So my concern is around how we're doing the outreach, hoping that we can always do more. It sounds like we do have a window between now and December. And we're still getting input. And it's unfortunate that we don't have the 100+ people who were following us online in a packed room, but here's an opportunity to reach out to those who are still listening, that there is opportunity for input. And how often we can say that between now and then, and where do we direct this input? That's really important. And it's always going to be the case. Like I said, you know, it's such a large and engaged school community, and everybody has great ideas that they want to bring to the table. It's just a matter of access. So hoping we can continue reaching out, continue taking that input at every opportunity that we can. I had a question about Santa Rosa High School. It's a unique school. It's historic building. It's one of the oldest schools in the state, and how the approach that we're taking on that particular campus. There are some parts of the campus that are sensitive. Looking at, you know, suggestions, changes to the auditorium, to the stage in particular. I'm just hoping that we're getting enough input from folks who are more familiar, I guess, with the process, and what we are doing is my question, what we're doing to approach that site in particular.
Sure. Yeah, so in addition to what we've described that we've done with every site, which is the 2 site meetings, we've actually had a couple of follow-up meetings with the Santa Rosa High School team, particularly with the ArtQuest and the Fine Arts team, because there's some very specific issues there with their existing facilities being in pretty bad shape and being in portables, but also not being the easiest to accommodate into existing buildings. So that's been a really good, I think, collaborative process that we've had a couple of extra meetings with that team to work through how we can go about doing that, how we can do that in a way that's effective and cost effective too. That we can find the right balance in providing the facilities that they really need to run that program, and to try to do that with existing buildings where we can. And so we had some good back and forth about that, and kind of went through a few different options and came up with something that that I think everyone felt like that would work.
Okay, I would just encourage more conversation with that campus in particular, because there are people who are, as of this afternoon, speaking out with concern about preserving the historic integrity of that building.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's, we're definitely, we're showing modernization of all of the existing buildings on the campus, many of which are pretty old and pretty historic. And actually, our firm has actually worked on a few other schools that were designed by that same architect around the same time. So we're very familiar with that type of school, one in Napa and one Alameda. Mr. Weeks, I think was his name. He designed a bunch of schools around the Bay Area around the same time. So we're definitely very familiar with that, and very sensitive to those needs, and weren't proposing anything other than you know, renovating those buildings to keep them serving the community for much more than the 100 years or so they've served them already. And restoring them wherever we can as well, and modernizing, but not really changing or reconfiguring, you know, some interior modifications that there needs to be some changes to the way the administration office works, so we can have that access control there, things like that, but really relatively minor changes on the exterior in that way.
Great. And it sounds like you are receiving a lot of the input that we're receiving as well. If we run into, you know, folks who want to contribute to the discussion here and want to provide input, we direct them to Eric, we direct them, okay,
Yeah. And I've seen
Got
some of
it.
those already, and I'm sure I'll see the rest of them soon.
all right, more to come.
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Director De La Cruz.
I just want to echo some of Director Sheffield's points around Santa Rosa High being the 9th oldest high school in the state. It's really special, and we have incredibly special people in our district who know and love that property like, almost no one else. And I think just one of the challenges in relying on site committees, and this is, especially from an equity perspective, a lot of times when you are kind of chosen from the top down, the folks who really want to be involved might not be chosen to participate or notified to participate in some of those, committee meetings, which are pretty limited. And there's not a lot of information that went out that we understand. And, from the input that we're getting, people who really wanted to be involved and who weren't notified. And so, and I think, with a lot of grace and love for the place that you are in this process, you're always going to get the most amount of input when people have something to chew on. So my question with all of that context is, what's so special about December 13th? Is there a possibility of slowing this down so that, and I think these are additional concerns about SR Fax and Biela and, other kind of moves and changes within our jurisdiction. Like, we don't want to necessarily put certain projects in phase 2 with the risk that they might be underfunded if phase 1 projects go forward and are prioritized in some certain way, right? So like how, when we're saying slow down on certain projects, why doesn't that allow us to slow down the whole darn thing and do it in one fell swoop?
I'd like to start. So when we did this the first time with the 2014 bond, it took us 2 years to create the facilities master plan. So it was not brought to the board until 2016. This board asked for an expedited process because we can't afford to wait 2 years to make repairs. We cannot spend a dime of the new bond funds until this board approves legally the whole facilities master plan. So there are projects that are very time sensitive, one of them being with Montgomery High School.
Yes.
That sunsets in September of 2024. So we do need to start taking action on some of these things. And if we slow the whole process down, we could run the risk of having to start all over with certain projects that were already evaluated through the initial plan.
So is there a way to kind of stage in phases what is highest priority now, and then to make sure that we're setting aside and some sufficiency to recognize that the challenges that face, SR Fax, that face Biela, that face, other schools that are not quite there, right, in the process, but have significant need despite the process not kind of catching up to the need yet?
Lisa's going to address, I think, 2 things here.
Yes, a couple of things with that. Yes, the implementation, remember, it does take, we have 10 years that is likely. We can't spend all of the money right now anyway. We don't have all of it. It essentially comes in increments. Basically, we usually plan on about every 2 years doing an issuance and kind of phasing projects that will need to happen in that time. It's not that nothing would happen at those sites. There are things that could be recommended in the implementation plan to happen right away, even at sites that maybe have a little more planning that need to happen, such as, furniture or some light modernization, some paint, carpet, depending on the site. So there's that can happen everywhere if the board prioritizes that when we bring the plan forward. The other thing is to remember that a master plan is just like a budget, that we have a plan, here's what it is, it's fluid, it's a living document that can be updated as needs change, as circumstances change. This is an update to a plan that we started back in 2015-16 to make sure that we have that ongoing process and update as we go forward. As Aaron mentioned, we're also applying for facilities grants from the state. And so we've already identified, working with King Consulting, about $50 million worth of reimbursements. And that's in the modernization realm. There are projects that could trigger additional funding, depending on what we find when we start doing some heavier modernization. The other thing could be that we may qualify for some new construction in the replacement of the portables. There are several different things that we're looking at and continuing to pursue. So that 525 million does not necessarily mean that that's the limit of what we have available. Does that help?
That's really helpful. I'm grateful for the question that Director Sheffield asked around, how do we direct people's wisdom? To whom do we direct that wisdom to make sure that it is, captured, heard? And my question, my last one, I promise, is really about how are we letting people know that we meaningfully considered their recommendations? Is there a process or a document or some way where we say to, the great folks in our community who have beautiful ideas about, we might actually be able to build on that little sliver that sits in the safe spot, on that fault line for Santa Rosa French American Charter School, right? And we considered that. We heard this idea. Some of the challenges might be the following. So some way of kind of logging community wisdom that's coming to you, so that people really see that they have been heard and that there is some way of engaging back with them in a process that isn't necessarily just about one meeting that somebody might miss on a bad day, but an ongoing community conversation that could be captured and shared in a much larger way.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can figure out a process for, so that just like you said, so that we have a way to catalog that input and be clear about how we responded to it. And there could be different levels to that as well.
I know QKA is creating documents that will be able to be on our website, so that we will have a full accounting of all of the different plans and the different pieces to it. So there will be that piece of it that will be readily accessible. But as far as people contacting Eric or myself, so either eoden@srcs.k12.ca.us or laugust@srcs.k12.us. So, happy to take those questions, the input, and we've really been, they've been forwarded as you receive them as well through Superintendent Trinnell. We've been getting those out in responses as we can and consolidating those responses. So we will find a way to document that and share it. Thank you.
Great. And then I promise this is just a comment, not even a question. I think it's really important for us to be really clear in our language. So when we say community engagement, but that's just a site committee meeting, that can make people in our community feel really ignored and not included, right? So we can say a site committee meeting instead of community engagement, because I think those two things are very different things. And that can cause a lot of churn and a lot of unnecessary, like, wait, what? I am part of this community, and you don't love me or respect me or include me, right? Instead of saying it was a site council meeting, right? And so I think just especially in these moments where we're thinking about how are we making sure that we are loving on the folks that are, giving us this information now and who definitely did not feel included in the earlier opportunities to give that, to share that wisdom and to share that love for these campuses and their knowledge of them. Let's just make sure that we're being really clear and articulating, what we say community engagement means versus a site committee meeting versus a, community meeting with lots of folks in the house and, big parent square notifications to larger community meetings. So I think that might help some of the feelings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Down this way. Director McNally, any questions? Okay, Director Medina.
Thank you. And thank you. I have a bunch of questions. So let's see if I could arrange them. Well, first off, on the slide you had about the engagement process. So I think I heard you say that in the community meetings, you're taking that as an input, because in the process, it looked like it was just info sharing. So that will be information. I'm curious about in the costs, is their inflation at all accounted for, like based on what phase each project might take place in?
So there's not inflation accounted for in the overall facilities master plan, but as we build the implementation plan, we will be accounting for inflation because then we'll have an idea about how long we need to accommodate that inflation for. So as we put together the plan for what we can afford to do with the $525 million, we will accommodate, we will plan for inflation within that.
And in the enrollment projections, is it simply based on current trends, or are you also looking at like the increased housing that's coming and all that?
Yeah, all of that is considered. So the team at King Consulting that does that, that there's that 60-something page report that we presented in June. That has all that, but it looks at enrollment trends. It looks at overall demographic trends, so birth rates, migration patterns, all of those kind of things. It looks at housing construction, both what's under construction now, what's in design, what's planned for the future. They talk with the city staff about what about the general plan updates and things like that impact what housing is likely to be built in the future, and also what type of housing. So they go to the detail of looking at each development and how many, 1-bedroom houses it is. 1-bedroom apartments generate a lot fewer students than 3-bedroom apartments or single family homes. And they look at all of that in a lot of detail and do a lot of GIS mapping around specific locations. They're looking at all of the very complex nature of the school district interrelationships within Santa Rosa, and transfers and all of that is factored into that analysis.
One of the things that was said was that the drafts came out in the middle of the community meetings. So I'm just wondering, like, what was being presented in the community meetings? Was it portions, or if the draft wasn't out?
So our first community meeting was on October 30th, and the draft was published when the agenda went live for this meeting. So there was maybe 2 of those meetings, but it was really the same content that's in that. In the draft. So we just made sure to finish the schools that we're presenting before that was published a little bit early, so we could present that. So it's really the same information that was presented there.
I think I understood that basically if we pass that final version in December 13th, we could continue to amend it at like any point. I think one thing that I would like at that point to see is continued like engagement from the schools and continued input. This is a huge document. I think if like the specific portions of the schools could be like shared on the school websites, and somehow community could be encouraged to like look at it and visit it, and maybe school-based meetings to continue happening so we could continue to receive that engagement and participation. Because I think one community meeting on campus that's for many schools, I don't think we're really getting as much engagement as we probably should. So I think that's important. I did want to find out, is it at all going to be available in Spanish at any point?
So we have been especially in the community meetings, but also in site committee meetings, providing translation and bilingual slides as well in those meetings. We don't currently have plans to translate the entire document, but that's something that could be done if we wanted to do that.
I think for now that's going to be all my questions, but thank you.
Okay, thank you for all the questions. Before we move on, we do need a motion to extend tonight's meeting.
I move to extend till 11:30.
Second.
That was a motion by Director Flores to extend the meeting until 11:30, and that was seconded by Director Medina. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any oppositions?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Okay, the meeting has been extended until 11:30 p.m. For the sake of time, I will reserve my questions to maybe comments after we take public comment. And we have several cards here from folks who want to talk to us on this subject. The first blue card is from Adrian Juarez Cruz. The second is from Margaret Boone, and then the third is from Arthur Horner, and I will continue sharing names as we go through the list.
Gracias. Nuevamente buenas noches. Para empezar, espero comprendan cómo se siente un padre que tiene un hijo de 5 años en la Escuela Santa Rosa French America.
Good evening once again. He just wanted to let you know that from his point of view as a parent of a child, ¿qué tiene 5 años? Who's 5 years old at French American Charter.
Quisiera empezar con lo que está pasando actualmente con el plan maestro de las remodelaciones de las escuelas del distrito de Santa Rosa. Mi hijo está empezando en TK en la escuela French America. Desafortunadamente, se nos informó que la escuela está en una falla sísmica, algo realmente muy serio y preocupante. Sabemos que no hay nada específicamente por el momento en relación dónde se va a reubicar la escuela. Como padre de familia, me gustaría un lugar seguro para todos los estudiantes en este momento. Siento que no están en un lugar seguro por la razón que no se nos ha proporcionado la información específica de la falla. Me gustaría saber en qué color estamos con la falla sísmica, verde, amarillo, naranja, rojo. Sabemos que va a existir una reubicación. Esperamos que un grupo de expertos investiguen qué tan peligrosa es la falla hasta el momento y dejarnos saber más específicamente. Necesitamos comenzar a trabajar sobre este punto. También esperemos que el bono o los bonos se aplique de la mejor manera y podamos tener expectativas altas, tal vez como un edificio nuevo y como equipo trabajar juntos, si se puede. Y esperamos estar en constante comunicación en relación en este tema de la reubicación de la escuela. Gracias.
I would like to begin talking about what is happening currently in the facilities master plan for Santa Rosa City Schools. My son is in TK at Fairfax. Unfortunately, we were informed that the school is located on a seismic fault line, something that is very serious and concerning. We know that there is nothing specific at the moment with respect to relocating the school. As a parent, I would like a safe location. For the students right now, I feel that they're not necessarily in a safe place because we have not been provided information about the fault line. I'd like to know what color zone we are in, whether it's green or yellow or orange or red. We know there will be at some point a relocation of the school. We hope that a group of experts will investigate the danger level of the fault line and its danger level to date and let us know more specifically. We need to begin work on this item. We also hope that the bond funds are used in the best way and we can have high standards like it would be for a new building. We should work together. Yes, we can. We also want to stay in communication about this topic regarding the relocation of the school. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Juárez. Next is Margaret Boone, followed by Arthur Horner, followed by Julie Bernard.
Good evening. After the last bond measure, Montgomery still had bathrooms that were virtually unusable, broken, cracked cement that led to multiple injuries, 2 of those injuries of non-ambulatory students, rotting, molding, expired portables with moss growing up the sides of them, exposed wires, sewer flooding, classrooms failing, HVAC, gas leaks, the return of the rats and the mice, and so much more. Since that time, we have had student bathrooms remodeled, a partial fix of the damaged sewage line that will need weekly monitoring, and 1 patch of pavement replaced. Tonight and later this month, you'll be discussing next steps for facilities, including Montgomery. I wanted to speak tonight to let you know how vitally important it is that there be a significant investment at Montgomery. Looking at the needs of each of the high schools in this facilities report, Montgomery is the only high school that has 1s and 2s in its overall rating in any category outside technology and security. At a minimum, we hope to get the 2-story that we were supposed to get last time, but that will only make a small dent. The fact that the very structure of our school is rated so poorly speaks to the urgent need for our school to be prioritized as much as possible and equitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next is Arthur Horner, followed by Julie Bernard, followed by Ashley Bell.
I sent this in letter form to most of the board, and I thank you for your comments in return already. My name is Arthur Horner, a 30-year SRHS teacher. I function as the school historian as well as the custodian of the school museum. In my spare time, I lead tours of the campus to alumni who graduated as long as 60 years ago. So I'm very intimate with the campus and its history. I'm here today to address the question of facilities in the proposed remodel of the SRHS campus. I see in the notes that there was a meeting in the spring about the proposed changes on our campus, but members of our campus were not informed of this meeting. My original letter to you said that I don't know if my former principal forgot to tell us about the meetings or if there was intent in not getting the word out to all stakeholders. Since then, I've investigated further and found that our former principal handpicked the committee and left out many of the stakeholders. If I had known about these meetings, I would have asked to be involved. In addition, our SRHS Foundation, made up of alumni dating back to the 1950s who gives millions of dollars to our school, would be very interested in sharing their view. When we were informed of the major changes less than 2 weeks ago, it caused a shock on our campus. Parts of the campus, including a stage and historic hill, are slated to disappear. I won't go into the whole detailed list here, but many of the proposed changes could be improved with input from the staff, students, and the community at large. I don't object to changes to meet the needs of our future. I do, however, request that you hold off on any decision regarding changes to our campus until more input is given by the stakeholders of this historic campus. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Next is Julie Bernard, followed by Ashley Bell, followed by Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Hi, my name is Julie Bernard, and I'm a parent of two BLS students. And I want to just basically touch upon the same thing. I went to a meeting that I thought we were going to talk about playground improvements for our school, and found out that there was a possibility of shuffling our students to Helen Lehman or Monroe. And I know that it was said by you, Mrs. Trinnell, that we were going to slow that process. I don't understand what slow the process means. I kind of want clarification. What does it mean to slow the process? Because I moved to that community. I'm a homeowner in that community, and I chose that community, and I love the community. It's a nice little area. It's tucked in there. And I just feel like taking the community that lives there and not allowing us to go to school there. Like, I know you slow processed it, but still that's a concern. It did cause quite the pandemonium. The fact that those numbers weren't available in the slide when we went to Pioneer High, and tonight, seeing that there was no number there is concerning. It's like, why couldn't there be a number there? I worked for CPA for 20 years, and we would not produce something that was to show somebody that had no number there when we've been reassured that, we're going to take care of Biella. And it was a shock. Like I said, I went there just to say, hey, let's get that playground. My kids have been complaining for 4 years. And I was met with, wait, what do you mean we might not be going to the school? So that's my concern. Basically, I'd like to know and be part of all of the discussions. I mean, I'm a Santa Rosa, city school person. That's where I came from. And, Santa Rosa High, I sent my stepsons there. And, I just want to see that you think about us in the future. I mean, I don't think that anybody in our community around that school had any idea that this might be happening, slated to happen. So those are my concerns. And the facility itself.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you, Julie. Next is Ashley Bell, followed by Micah Carlin Goldberg.
I'm Ashley Bell, Santa Rosa High School. I've been at Santa Rosa High for 8 years, and realistically, I'll probably be there for 30 more. And so when I found out that our school site was being fundamentally changed because one of my colleagues took a picture of a TV screen that was showed to them, it felt like somebody was remodeling my house without telling me. I am diligent about my emails. There are 8 in my inbox right now. I don't have 1,000 pending. Had I been invited to something like this, I would have gone. I think it's really disrespectful, and I feel completely disrespected that the way that I found out my school is being changed, the one I'm going to spend 40 years of my life at, was from a picture that a colleague took from a wonky angle because that's the best that they could get us. We are not the only school where teachers were not consulted. I understand that our students have opinions. I understand that our community members have opinions, but our staff are at our sites for decades and no one even bothered to ask us why there's a hill. We're building a parking lot that's twice as big, but our numbers are down by 300. We're gonna have a covered eating area that's basically the size of a football field. We're moving art classes into teacher workrooms. This doesn't make any sense. In fact, I'm not even sure that the people who made this plan visited Santa Rosa High School at all, because when I looked at it and I looked at our site, it didn't make any sense. I understand that this is a big undertaking. We got a lot of money, we got a lot of schools, but there is no reason that we have to decide right now in this moment what we are doing when the people who practically live there don't know what's going on. So this has to be slowed down. No one at my site that I've spoken to, and I've talked to a bunch of them this week, has been happy about this. ArtQuest isn't happy, Fine Arts isn't happy, English isn't happy, math isn't happy, history isn't happy. And that's just as far as I've gotten since I found out about this plan all of 10 seconds ago. So it would be really devastating to change how our school operates without talking to the people who are actually there.
Thank you, Ashley. Next is Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Good evening. So I've had a different experience than my Santa Rosa brethren and sistren. I was actually on the committee at Steel Lane because our principal did send it to our entire staff and said, who wants in? So that at least was good. I've met with the architects in both meetings. I have to say I was very impressed by their knowledge. I was very impressed by their willingness to listen to us, because what they came to us with in the spring did not work for our campus. And we spent an hour and a half with Eric Oden and with the architects. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. I apologize. And they listened to everything we said and completely changed the overall plan while we were sitting there, putting notes right in their deck. Come back in the fall, most of that stuff was still there. I would love to work at a site that looks like what that plan does, but it's a pipe dream. We are never going to have a site that looks like that because there is never going to be enough money, especially when 30% of the bond funds are not going to be spent on construction, but are being spent instead on overhead from people trying to figure out how to make this thing work. Right? I would love to have a new cafeteria that actually fit our students with a basketball court that is big enough to actually have fans next to it. I would love for our PE teacher not to be teaching out of a closet that is literally 5 by 6. It's smaller than a prison cell. And she can literally not fit her stuff in it. So she has to keep some of it at home. Some of it lives in our hallway in locked carts because she has no teaching space. Also, I wonder about the information the architects are receiving from the district. They had a projection for my school that we were going to be down 35 or 40 students in another few years. We're up 45 right now. We have 440 students on our campus, up 60 students from before COVID. Every room is full.
Thank you, Micah. Thank you, Micah. Okay, this comes back to the board for any further discussion. This is a discussion item this evening, or any other questions that may have come up. Do you want to fill out a blue card super fast or after? After, go. Go ahead, and then we'll have you fill out a blue card after. I think so, but.
Hello again. My name is Deborah Tapia de Martin, and I have my two kiddos in SRCS. And I want to thank the board, especially Mr. Flores and Ms. De La Cruz, for echoing a lot of things that our community has concern with. First, the fact that, yes, you had site committees talking about this, and clearly you see a discrepancy in communication. And then you had one community that the entire community, the families, the parents were presenting something. We only had one in SRFAX, and it was not translated. And in that meeting, basically, you said, your school is a problem, there's a fault. We're not giving you concrete information about it, and you have to move. That's what it was said, and that's why there was pandemonium, because the community received all of this in one shot. And obviously, I tried to romance you earlier, telling you how much we love our school and the program, and that you can feel that throughout the community. And what I want to know is, how are you gonna make sure that we know that our school is gonna get part of that bond money? Is there a measure? What I saw, it was TBD, basically limbo. We have 5 weeks for you guys to make a decision. And in 5 weeks, we're supposed to figure all this out. We love the fact that you say we need to slow down and we need to go back to the drawing board. We want to collaborate. We really appreciate that. But there's a sense of urgency because you need to make a decision and we don't know what's going to happen. Is there any way that we can really determine where the active fault line is? Our school community can do the homework. We just need concrete proof that, in fact, nothing can be done there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I think Director Medina, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Just following up on a couple questions that have kind of arisen. First off, in terms of that input process, in any of it was where our bargaining units part of being reached out to directly, or was it only that process of teachers?
So I want to go back to last fall when we did a conditions of schools survey. That information was presented to the board. That was our first input into the conditions of schools. From that information, we started to seed plant because this board asked for a revision to the old facilities master plan. So over 3 months, that work was done to demonstrate the work that had already been done to facilities based on the former bond funds. That was presented to the board and to the public. As we have navigated this process, we have engaged with our labor groups. I am disappointed to hear that there may have been variations in how sites were integrated into this process, because it does sound like there was inconsistency. And so I do want to apologize for that. This was supposed to be a very open process with multiple opportunities for feedback, and it sounds like we did not do a good job there. So again, apologies for that. As has been mentioned earlier, we have the opportunity to continue to gather input. This document is a living document. No project is going to be done without the final input from the site before we move forward with anything. So I just want to make sure I share that. There were conversations with multiple entities.
I just also want to add that, Micah brought up the issue like on projections, and I think just like the numbers on projections, like, I don't really understand the process of how y'all get that info, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I can't see it getting that small, but then again, it's not my area of expertise. I did want to know if there's anything that we could share right now about the issue with the French American and the problems around the fault and the laws that limit what we can do. In terms of what's going to go into the facilities master plan outside of that TBD, like is the final product going to have a TBD or what goes into that? How's that determined? Are there decisions that we have to make prior to that feed into the?
So there's a couple questions in there. So let me try to give a quick overview of kind of what the situation is now. The code is very specific. The building code has very specific limitations on improvements within 50 feet of a mapped fault trace. And based on information that we have, it appears that it's likely that that map fault trace runs through the school and would mean that most of that site is not buildable. That's kind of where we're at now. That's the information that we presented and based initial recommendations on. But based on the feedback that we had, as we said, we're kind of slowing that process down and looking at what additional options can be explored. So that's all evolved pretty rapidly over the past couple of weeks as we've been putting the rest of this document together as well. So one of the things we'll be doing over the next few weeks is figuring out what those next steps are and what the options are as far as additional levels of evaluation that can be done to give more specificity as the commenter asked for a minute ago. That's something we definitely heard from that community and continue to hear. And we had a meeting last night where we talked about this. So that's something that we'll be looking at to figure out what's the right next step there to better understand and get more precision in understanding kind of where exactly that fault is and what the options are to do that. And what the level of investment required to do that is, and things like that. So I think that's kind of where we're at as far as the overall status of that question. And that's something we'll be talking about over the next few days and weeks and figuring out kind of what the right next steps are. And as we've discussed as well, sharing that information too.
And I think the other issue that I'm hearing is the concern or fear of how dangerous is this? Are our children in danger? Because the way that I've understood it is that because it's a school, the requirements, legal requirements on what you can do are much higher, but housing could potentially still be built in that area. So I guess addressing the issue, like what is the danger? How urgent is, or I think as Mr. Juarez brought up, like, is it a red? Is it a green?
So
that type of thing.
I can say a couple of things about that. It is, like, as I said before, it is not a judgment on the safety of any buildings. It's a limitation on future construction. And those are very different things. But I understand that that's a difficult distinction to make out of the same questions. And so that's kind of what we've explained to this point at each of those meetings. We had about a 3-hour meeting at the French American School. We talked about this with a lot of folks there and talked about that as directly as we can with them. But that's also something that we've talked about looking at getting some additional evaluation of. I can also say that, as you said, the state takes the design of school facilities very seriously in their seismic readiness as well. And there's never been a school that's been significantly damaged in an earthquake, partially because of that. And so it's not a judgment on the safety of those buildings and the safety of that school, but that is also something that we can get some more specificity on, some additional analysis of as well. And that's a question that we definitely want to have some more information to answer.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores.
Yeah, so going back to the previous master plan of 2014.
I think the final was approved in early 2016.
2016. Right. So how many times was that plan revisited to allow for flexibility as a living document? I'm asking that question because I don't remember seeing that. Right. So how are we planning to have this plan being a living document when we didn't have that opportunity in the last one? Explain that process and how are we going to mold or, change plans if we need to do that.
Sure. I don't believe we did do any formal revisions of the master plan before. And I think you're remembering that correctly. Part of that was, I think, the funds we had were pretty limited, and we're going to be pretty targeted on the technology and the roofing and the HVAC. And that's what was implemented. So it did there wasn't a lot of urgency to update the plan beyond that. Yeah, that wasn't something what we were requested to do at that point in time. There are other school districts that we work with where that has been the case. One of our clients that we've worked with kind of in parallel with you guys in a lot of ways as far as planning and bond implementation is Vallejo City Schools. And we have done a few updates of that master plan. They moved some schools to different sites and things like that, and did some of those things for different reasons. And so we've done revisions to that master plan. They actually just asked us recently to do a revision because they wanted to shift some priorities around athletic facilities between their two high schools, and they wanted to do an update to reflect that and to reflect some additional state funding they got and how that would fit into that too. So that is definitely a thing that happens pretty regularly in these processes, especially when conditions change. When there is a significant change in enrollment from what was projected, or programs, or anything like that, where there's maybe a new CTE program that started, and we need to look at how we plan for facilities for that or something like that. So those are all things that can happen as often and in as much detail as you all want.
And in terms of I think Micah might have brought up in terms of the overhead, right? How much does it cost every time we ask for a new update? Is it very costly? Because I know the first one was, $500,000. I don't know, especially, I haven't seen the price of this update yet. But what is the cost of updating the master plan?
So obviously that depends on how much update we're doing. This time we're doing a complete update. If we're just revising one campus to make some changes for some different program or something like that, that's a relatively quick thing. That's going to be pretty inexpensive. So really, these are services that we pretty much just charge for our time for. So it really depends on how much time is needed to do that. We do that obviously as efficiently as we possibly can, but it really depends on how much engagement, how many meetings do we want to have? How many schools are we revisiting? What does that process look like? And we work with the district team to structure that, to make it as efficient as possible, and kind of balance all those things together.
I just want us to be, I'm sorry, I just want us to be cognizant of the cost, right? In terms of the updates. And I think, Director De La Cruz and Director Sheffield, you pointed out that, we need the ability to have the ability to have a, malleable sort of, plan, right? And face it in, because it sounds like certain sites need a little bit more time for discussions and deep understandings as to what it will look like. So, that is my 2 cents, and we only have half an hour, so I'm going to stop asking questions, but
so one thing I'd just like to clarify a little bit is, we've had the engagement that we've talked about and discussed, and the limitations of that in this process. This is to identify the facilities master plan. So we're looking at things at a very high level. So for instance, at Santa Rosa High School, right? We talked about modernizing, reconfiguring the admin in the main building. When we go to actually do that project, we'll have a series of meetings over a number of months with the specific folks that are involved in that project to get into the details of where every office goes, what every piece of cabinetry looks like, what color every material is. And that process will be ongoing. We don't need to make all those decisions now. This plan is really just about the large kind of chunks of scope and where and how we spend that money. And there will be a lot more engagement on those specific decisions. If we identify this as an area where we think a courtyard needs to be renovated, there will be a lot of discussions about, do we remove that hill? Do we modify that stage? Any of those kinds of things with those specific people. That level of decision is not what a facilities master plan is about, and that those decisions are made with input in collaboration with the school site and everyone else at every school site.
Any other discussion items, Director Medina?
Yeah. One of the things that was asked of us today was that we provide input. I don't feel that I've been able to adequately provide the input that I would like to provide because it's 366 pages and I haven't had the opportunity to actually look at it all. So I'm curious in terms of the December 13th date, that'll be the date that we have the final document for approval. Will there be anything prior to that where we see something, another draft that we could add more input to prior to that December 13th? Because that's a really short timeline and so much to look at.
Ultimately, the agenda is decided by the president and this board. So if you would like more time, we can move the item to a later board meeting. I think I would need to ask for clarity on what you mean by getting drafts. Those are technically, should also be available to the public. So I would like clarity on that.
So I guess the question is from me is there's still another community meeting tomorrow. There's more input going in. There's obviously going to be another draft. Is that going to be the final draft that we see on December 13th? Or do we as a board have another opportunity to provide more input on whatever comes out of that draft from the further input that's received tomorrow?
So I think the approach that we're planning on is for you all to provide input on this draft as well as in taking that input in the community meetings. It's all working from the same kind of basic set of materials. And then to incorporate all of that information together into the final document. But as Anna said, that's really up to you all.
So I guess my ask of the board is, does anybody else have that same concern or want? Because I know that I need to take a lot of time to really look at some of the detailed things in here and just provide my input. But if not, then come December 13th, I think it's something that we need to get done.
We'll start with Director De La Torre and then Director De La Cruz, and then I would also like to respond to that.
So personally, we have a special board meeting next week. We have no other regular board meeting in the month of November. And we have the holidays. So, I mean, everybody's time is limited between now and December 13th. So I would appreciate at least, is it possible to wait and look at this final draft in January? Is that enough time for input and everybody to review? Or does that put you guys in a bind by too much time? That's what we need to know because we want to be respectful of your time because you already put a lot of time into this as well. So we want to do what's best for the community, but we also have to respect your guys' timeline and make sure you have the time you need to do what you're doing.
So I would share that our concern is with being able to move forward with projects that would need to begin with design and preparation, that some of those things would be happening as soon as the facilities master plan is approved, depending on what those what the priority items are for implementation, that we would need to move forward with some of that stuff beginning in December or January, bringing items back for approval from that implementation plan in order to be able to work on them during the summer and be ready for school to start in August. So that would be the concern with delaying. The implementation plan can always be adjusted as well as far as shifting timelines depending on funding streams and project prioritization by the board.
Director De La Cruz.
Yeah, I feel the urgency. I get it. I also wonder, is there a way that we pass a plan that meets state muster to go ahead on those projects where we have as close to consensus and strong community engagement and input, and then also reflect like, this is a red flag draft, right? This does not reflect like our ultimate plan. And instead of putting a kind of a baked out plan in those community schools to just kind of lay out a process for, you know, that we can approve the process rather than the actual plan. Would that get us to something that would be approvable and able to move us to those deadlines to, you know, to get done get moving on the projects that are time sensitive, where we're gonna run out of time and run out of money, right?
So can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
I guess, are you asking for us to bring forward projects rather than the full master plan or chunk up the master plan? I'm just looking for clarification.
Yeah, so like I'm looking at the Santa Rosa High one. That's the one that really touches my heart and I think has been really clearly articulated kind of some of the challenges with the master plan as it currently exists in terms of what is laid out. And so thinking about, instead of adopting this plan for what sounds like is kind of baked, right? That we're going to dig up a historic hill and pull out a historic stage and change a bunch of facades that probably should be loved on a little bit harder in a different way, right? Like that's the way this plan is currently understood by our community. And so is there a way to instead adopt a plan that says, actually, Santa Rosa High needs these processes in place before we have a baked out plan of projects, so we can adopt a plan that's a process plan rather than a project plan?
So just one point of clarification there. Approving this plan for, let's use your Santa Rosa High School example, as it's not approving that we're going to make any specific design decisions. It's approving that we're saying that we want to renovate that courtyard. And we're saying that we think it's going to take about this much money to do that. And we're saying that's a project that we want to fund. And we're saying that we're going to come back and have a lot more conversations about the right way to renovate that courtyard or modernize that building. So it doesn't approve design decisions. It's just approving overall, kind of project scope. So I think that's an important clarification, because if that's the kind of decision-making that you want to have time to do, we have a lot of time to do that. And there will be a lot of process to do that level of decision-making. At this level, we're just saying we need to renovate that building. It needs to get modernized. It needs kind of these general improvements. And when when it gets to the time when we start that project, then we'll come back and have a lot more conversation about exactly what those general improvements are and how that gets configured and what those improvements look like, and make sure that that's done with a lot of input into that process. So I just want to be clear about kind of how this works from that, it's the sort of layers of input that happen throughout this process.
And I think that doesn't exist yet in this plan, right? That articulation that this is not baked and that these are not the projects and the way that they will look and the buildings that will be built. This plan says, these are the buildings, these are the locations for the buildings, here's the estimated cost. And so what I'm recommending is that, I think what this board and our community would like to see is, instead of these are the buildings, these are the places, these are the projects, here are some of the areas that we know need to be renovated and investigated. And here is the process that we're going to work with our community to get to a place where our community feels involved in a different way than we all do right now. And with sufficient time for also this board, to meet its fiduciary duties, to represent our community, to respect the wisdom of the people who, will spend the rest of their 40 years. Ashley, really? Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that, actually, in these spaces. And so that's a different document than the one that we have before us right now, asking for our approval. And so I think that would be something that I would feel more comfortable adopting, as something that has a little bit more fuzziness in terms of the projects, especially in those locations where we know SRFAX and Biella needs a lot more love and time. We know Santa Rosa High does, right? These are just some of the examples. And so I guess what I'm also asking is, are there sites where it's gravy, everybody's good, we know exactly what we want to do, we have the prioritization, we have, the urgency of the Monty that just needs mad love right now, 10 years ago. So is there a way that we scope the way that this is laid out so that it's not so, that doesn't say we're going to build a building here and this hill's going to get dug out?
So I think maybe the way that the information is presented, as far as some type of cover sheet that says this is just the type of work that needs to happen here, that specifics will be addressed later? Is that kind of what you're hearing, and does that make sense on your end?
Yeah, I mean, kind of explaining the context of it a little bit more and what the intent is and what the meaning is and what it's not, and kind of what the process will be from here. That's definitely something that we can articulate much more clearly in the document. And you're right, I don't like some of the things I said tonight to try to include in that. I don't think are in that document. So explaining kind of, you know, where we go from here and how this document fits into that context. I think that would be helpful, and that's definitely something that we can do.
So that would certainly make me feel more comfortable about
Absolutely.
approving a plan that doesn't feel so fully baked and doesn't feel like it has kind of run roughshod over, you know, and missed the opportunity really, right, that exists when we operate in a broader sense of community, rather than a top-down decision to choose certain people to sit in a closed-door meeting and call that community engagement, right? So it just, I would certainly feel more comfortable adopting that on December 13th, and that would give you the green light to move ahead with those projects that we know need to go now. The other question that I had was just, I see these pretty kind of like green, yellow, red things. I don't see like a scoping timeline of like what comes first and what comes second, what's in phase 1, phase 2. Maybe I missed that in the giant scope of this document, but is there a place where, okay, so is that something that will also come as we continue to develop the plan? So I just think that would be really nice to see very clearly. So maybe there's like an executive summary sheet that's, process oriented and gives you the 10-year big picture, something like that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
For sure.
I have nothing else to add to this discussion. I was going to share some similar thoughts. Are there any other discussion? Is there anything else that any board members would like to share? Director McNally.
So my thought, based on what I'm hearing about this being a living document, and that additional planning will take place, and knowing the urgency of some of the issues that we have that we need to start working on, I really would like us to stick with the December 13th date. But I do absolutely agree about some of the communication issues that we've had, the inconsistency with different sites. So I feel like this was already addressed in what Alegria brought up, but I think part of the communication going forward needs to be letting people know that it is a living document and that we will be making further plans and further adjustments as we go. But yes, I would like us to settle this on the 13th so that we can start addressing facilities needs in our district.
Director Medina.
Yeah, and I think I agree with Director McNally, but if at all possible, if it could be made available to us prior to December 7th, if it's available, because that's when the agenda would be posted, just to maybe December 4th or something, just so we could have more time to look at it prior to the meeting. I'd appreciate that.
And I would assume that also has to be made available to the public if it's coming to us earlier than the posted agenda. So would that live on our website, or how would we let folks know where they can find that?
That's where we could post it. If my concern would be timeline, we are already very, very tight on the timeline with incorporating the feedback that we're still receiving over this next couple of weeks, that I wouldn't want to commit and say, yes, we can do that, and then not live up to that. So we will do our best to get it posted as soon as we can.
Director Delatorre.
But it seems like a lot of the concerns could be alleviated if there was actually more TBDs in this document. That's going to alleviate a lot of these concerns to the community and the board of feeling like we're making a concrete decision on the 13th. So however that needs to look, however that communication needs to be relayed, whether it's through the emails that we've already received, how you guys communicate that back, just to confirm that bottom line is communication. And then we'll have what we need to get those approvals in place if everything looks the way it needs to look, so that we can move forward.
I just want to clarify, like literally the letters TBD, like in the plan. 'Cause I
However,
think that
however
would
it needs to
actually
look
create some
professionally,
panic.
but it feels like there's a lot of just, we need to show that this is a living document and alleviate some of those concerns that that particular courtyard hill may not be taken away, because we're going to talk a lot more about it. And we're not making a vote on the 13th that says that courtyard hill is getting taken away. So being a little more clear in our communication, that's you, not me,
Explaining
however that
it's
needs to
not a
look.
concrete plan, that it is a
Yes.
living document, that it is a high-level document, and there will be much more conversation about each of these projects.
We want the meat and potatoes in it that we needed in it to approve it, but we also want to be more communicative that
Understood.
for certain sites that might change, and that's okay.
Any final thoughts? Okay, thank you so much for this presentation and for the opportunity to have this discussion with you. And we look forward to seeing you in December in a few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is item F3, public hearing regarding Santa Rosa Teachers Association SRTA contract reopeners, otherwise known as the Sunshine for 2024-2027. I am going to hand this over to Dr. Vicky Zanz. And just so folks know, if you gave our clerk a blue card for item F3 and F4, F3, this will call your name for public comment.
Okay, thank you, President Manieri, Superintendent Tranel, members of the board and members of the community. We are here now
A quick point of order. Just before I've seen the public hearing, we open a public hearing, then we close it.
Oh, I was going to do that after Dr. Zanz gives her presentation. Thank you.
So we are here to conduct the legally required public hearing on the proposed Santa Rosa Teacher Association Sunshine Proposal for contract reopeners for the 2024-2027 school years.
Thank you, Dr. Zanz. At this time, we will open public hearing. And our first speaker for this public hearing is Margaret Boone, followed by Micah Carlin Goldberg, followed by Holly Cumby.
Good evening. Recently, Santa Rosa City Schools posted a little infographic about how low pay was costing the district teachers. In the caption, the district wrote, during the last 3 years, our schools have lost more than 40% of their teachers and school employees. As you know, tonight we had the opportunity to sunshine what articles of the contract we will want to open. Of course, compensation and healthcare in there, as there are many other needs such as reduced class sizes, reduced combo classes, class size limits, and caseload limits for special ed, and increased safety. Our guiding motto for this round of negotiations is our students deserve the best, because that's literally what we want. The district's own numbers on teacher turnover are concerning. Multiple studies have been done on the impact of teacher turnover on student learning. The Learning Policy Institute states that teachers are the single most important factor in student achievement. Teacher turnover is linked to lower ELA and math scores. And in fact, retaining teachers was linked to increased student achievement in math by 2% to 4% of a standard deviation in a study of 1.1 million New York school children. If we want to see increased scores on the CASP, one simple way is to retain teachers. In addition, teacher attrition is linked to a lowering of quality of education that can be offered by the teachers who stay. A study out of Tennessee looked at the effects of high teacher turnover, showed those who stay experience more burnout and spend more time supporting new teachers, and leads to less innovative teaching, higher stress rates, and reduced time spent with students. Hiring underqualified teachers only exacerbates this, leading to a loss of education across the board. That's something we've seen in our schools with experienced teachers burning out over the last couple of years as they try to support PIPs and interns. A lack of teachers also leads to more combo classes, larger class sizes, and we know both of those lead to learning loss and increased student behaviors. We want money spent on creating a better experience for our students. Funding is always an issue. And while the above quote from the district is part of a campaign to raise funds via parcel tax, the real issue is that the expense of employing people and keeping up with the cost of living should always be in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next is Micah Carlin Goldberg, followed by Holly, followed by Chris Birch.
Good evening, everyone. So last year I taught a combo class, 5th, 6th grade. It sucked so bad for me, for the students, for everybody. I had 31 students the whole year. This year, we have a new teacher at Steel Lane. It's his first year doing public school teaching, although he's been teaching for a while. He got the combo class this year. He's got 30 students, 5th and 6th grade. He's barely keeping his head above water. I know for a fact that the year before last and this year, I'm a better teacher for my students as a 6th grade teacher than I can ever be as a 5th and 6th grade teacher. Being a combo teacher, I have to teach twice as much with half the time. It literally quarters the amount of learning time my students have in their own grade level. One additional FTE teacher at our site would take 5th and 6th from a 32 5th grade, a 30 5-6 combo, and a 32 6th grade. One more person takes that to 25 or less for all of those students. Got to put your money where your mouth is. A first-year teacher, even if it's $110,000, you spent 8% of that on 2 hours of some guy speaking last week. Where's your priorities? Seriously. I mean, I've been doing the numbers for SRT on turnover. We lose between 10 and 15% of our entire staff every single year for the 7 years I've been in the district. When we did the numbers, you would have a drop off at 10 years because at 10 years, that's when the other districts stop offering you all the years of service that you had. So you'd come here, you'd spend 6 or 8 years, get trained, go find a better district to work at. Now, all the districts are taking all years of service. So now we're getting people who have been here longer than 10 years disappearing. You got to fix your priorities. Thank you.
Next is Holly, followed by Chris Birch, followed by Will Lyon. Okay, thank you. Next is Chris Birch, followed by Will Lyon.
Good evening. My name is Chris Birch. I'm the counselor rep on SRTA's exec board, and I've been a counselor in Santa Rosa City Schools for 30 years. Our students deserve the best. In order to give them the best, more money must be given to the people and programs that work directly with students. These very students are trying to learn while living through trauma and adversity. Each is a special, unique individual with unique needs. Currently, only 55%, which is the minimum requirement by the state, is spent on site staffing. The further away the money goes from direct student contact, i.e. to our bloated district office, the smaller the positive student outcome. The district office is too isolated and far removed from their days on sites to remember the anguish of not being able to relieve a student's pain, the frustration of not being able to reach students who are disengaged, and finally, the capitulation when given one more required meritless task or survey. If a reminder is needed, I invite our district office administration to spend some full days in classrooms or in the counseling office, assisting students, families, and staff to trigger those memories of the day of late. A student's journey while attending Santa Rosa City Schools requires the district to make student success a priority while owning, then looking for solutions for student failure. Santa Rosa City Schools counselors are currently contracted at school counselor ratio of 500 to 1. This ratio is 2 times the recommendation of the American School Association's recommendation of 250 to 1. By lowering the ratio, school counselors can work more extensively on the wellness of our students and staff. Many times in the last 3 years, counselor caseloads have been vacant for long periods of time, often leaving students and their families isolated and unable to navigate the school and community systems. Currently, we have 5 retired counselors that are filling in for either absent or unfilled counseling positions within our district. When a counselor is out sick, students have no access to a substitute counselor. What if that is the day they need help and no one is there to listen? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next is Will Lyon.
Good evening, President Manieri and Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, members of the community. My name is Will Lyon. I'm an English teacher at Santa Rosa High School. And you might have noticed some of my friends were here today with our blue and gold shirts on. For those of you who are new, there are a lot of new people around. Those are our happy colors. Those are the colors we wear all the time because we're proud of the work that we do for students. We're proud to be a union. So we like to wear those colors to show solidarity. They're not the red shirts. You may have noticed up and down the state, a lot of red shirts happening. Fresno settled like yesterday, right? They were red for red. So it's a friendly thing for us to come out here and let you know what we need to be supported in doing. The last cycle, we got an outstanding deal and we didn't put a red shirt on one time. And that's remarkable because every other negotiating cycle that I've been involved in as an employee here since 1999, 2000, they were fistfights, a lot of them. We used a lot of war metaphors. My prayer for this cycle is that we can be professional and collaborative and caring, and that our teams will get to work sooner rather than later. Don't stall it out. Both sides need to do the work to get at the table and make a deal that everybody can support the way we did the last time. And the extra prayer, I don't know if you can PS a prayer, but if I could, I'd say, we have to get a deal before our contract expires on July 1 of this year. It should happen before the school ends. If it was really good, it would happen before March 15th, so you could figure out what happens with the HR side of it. But however it works, I'm just really asking all sides to come to the table in good faith and do
Thank
what's
you.
right for students. Our students
Thanks,
deserve
Will.
the best.
Thank you, Will. Okay, those are all of our blue cards. So at this time, we will close this public hearing and move on to item F4. This is an action item for the board. Acceptance of proposed Santa Rosa Teachers Association contract reopeners for 2024, 2027. Dr. Zanz, anything to add?
No, nothing to add, just asking the board to consider accepting the proposed Santa Rosa Teachers Association contract reopeners for the 2024 to 2027 contract
I
years.
move to accept the proposed SRTA contract reopeners.
Beat me to it. Second.
That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Flores. Any comments, questions or comments before we take a roll call vote? Seeing none, we will take a roll call vote.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Yay.
Director Sheffield.
That was a yay. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I thought you said nay. I was like.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Great, thank you. We look forward to the process. Thank you. Item F5, action item approval of an addendum memorandum of understanding reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and Santa Rosa Teachers Association regarding SRTA 2324 number 1 MOU professional development prep pay. I will hand this over to Dr. Zanz.
Thank you once again. We are asking the board to approve the memorandum of understanding between SRCS and SRTA in regards to payment for preparation for presenting, excuse me, there are a lot of P's in there, for presenting at professional development. It is not an addendum, so I'd like to make that correction. It is a standalone MOU. In this MOU, we agreed that preparation would be paid for 3 hours for 1 hour of presenting. going to 6 hours for 2 hours of presenting, etc. For any presentation that is done twice, there would be an additional hour of preparation time paid.
Yes, we have a question. Director De La Cruz.
Thank you. I really appreciate this MOU. My question is there a possibility for multiple SRTA members to each draw down the professional development benefit? Essentially, does this help people to collaborate together on professional development presentations?
To my knowledge, there were no SRTA members that did collaborate on any sessions. We did not include any kind of drawdown on the amount. So if there were 2 teachers who presented together, they would each be paid for those 3 hours.
Okay, great. Because I really, working inside of a system, it actually incentivizes silo and individuality, and that is totally contrary to the work that we want to lift up, to really address the beauty that comes when you're working with your coworkers to share best practices across your experiences. And so I just thank you for the clarity around, the way that this could be used to fund collaboration.
Any other questions? Okay, we will move on to public comment. We have one blue card, and this is from Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Sorry, I haven't been here in a while. I guess I had to use all my time up. I'm one of those presenters that gets paid off of this MOU. I've been presenting for the district since 2018. I presented in pretty much every professional development session in that time that the district has allowed SRTA members to present. I get people asking me all year long when I'm going to present my email triage session again. People take it 3 and 4 times. I'm a huge proponent of us teaching ourselves. We have 1,000 teachers with 1,000 perspectives, and I don't even know how many years of experience. I don't need somebody outside. I need to have time to talk to my colleagues and learn from my colleagues. That being said, as one of these presenters who's presented dozens of sessions, I voted against this MOU because past practice prior to this MOU for the last several years predating COVID, we got 3 hours of preparation time for every hour of presentation time, period. No less money if you're teaching something twice in the same day. This is a step back for us. And I adore our negotiating team. And I know that they got the best deal for us that they could in working with you, but it's not good enough. You can do better. You spent $8 grand on a dude for 2 hours. Pardon my language, it's late, right? The fact that you're gonna nickel and dime your own staff over teaching, we're way less expensive than that. $8 grand, that could have paid for practically everybody else who presented on last week. It's not a good MOU for us. It's probably it is the best our negotiating team could get out of you, but it is not a good MOU, and I voted against it. And I hope you will do the same and send them back with direction to pay us appropriately. Maybe 5 hours per hour. That'd be awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. This comes back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or a motion. Director Medina.
I'm just curious, is this replacing an existing MOU or it's a complete addendum to the existing MOU, or what is it?
It is not an addendum. That was a mistake when the verbiage was copied over from a previous board item. We were not working under a current MOU per se. We were relying back on the MOU that was written during the time of the COVID return to school. So we did need an updated MOU as that one had expired.
Thank you.
So this is a new MOU. The previous MOU expired. Any questions, discussion, or a motion? Director De La
I
Cruz.
have a question. Do we have any data on the amount that, or like the breakdown between PD developed and presented by our own staff to each other and kind of outside contracted folks that we bring in for PD?
We did not prepare that, and that is not a part of this particular agenda.
Okay. I have another question. What happens if we vote yes and the SRTA does not ratify this MOU?
Then it will come back to negotiations and then potentially back to the board.
And then I have a totally inappropriate question for Micah. I'm understanding that your comment is not necessarily representative of SRTA leadership or the negotiating team? Gotcha. Thanks. I'm good.
It was ratified already?
It's pending ratification is what the item says.
Okay. Any further questions, discussion? This is an action item, so we are also seeking a motion.
I'll move to approve the agreement reached with SRTA with the MOU between San Jose City Schools and SRTA on professional development prep pay.
I'll second that.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Medina and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores,
No.
Director De La Torre,
No.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. You know, that was difficult and hard, and thank you, Micah, for sharing your experience and concerns, and we'll see what happens. Thank you. Item F6 is an action item, establishment of the annual organizational meeting of the Board of Education. I am presenting this item to the board. Board members, as you know, under the provisions of Education Code, Section 35143, the governing board is required to set an annual organizational meeting on any date in December, but no later than December 20th. The date and time of the annual meeting are to be selected by the board at its last regular meeting held immediately before the organizational meeting, that is today. Therefore, the board is asked to establish the annual organizational meeting of the Board of Education on Wednesday, December 13th, 2023 at 6 p.m. at the regularly scheduled board meeting. So this is being presented to you all. Are there any questions regarding our annual meeting?
I'd like to move to approve the establishment of the annual organizational meeting of the Board of Education on December 13th.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we will call for public comment. I have no blue cards. So at this time, we will do a roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Next are our consent items for this evening. We are looking for a motion on items G2 through G8.
I'd like to move to approve items G2 through G8.
Second.
That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director De La Torre.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Next is item H1, approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on October 25th, 2023, seeking a motion for approval.
I make a motion to approve minutes of the regular board meeting held on October 25th, 2023.
Second.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Delatorre, seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Rao,
Aye.
Director De La Torre,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
I actually am remembering I had to leave early due to family illness, and I don't know that I see this reflected in the minutes. It is, okay.
It is.
Okay. Got it. So should I be directed to abstain from approval of the minutes as a whole, or?
No.
Okay. Aye. Thank
Director Mc-
you.
Director McNally. Aye. Director Flores,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Next is board member requests for information. Are there any requests this evening? Okay, I do have one, Superintendent Trinnell. I would like information on any previous policies we may have had regarding social therapy dogs. We received some communication that once upon a time we may have had a policy to support social therapy dogs, and we no longer do. So I would just like some information. Thank you. Next are our information items listed in the agenda packet. I will just read through them quickly. We have our future board discussion items, board of conduct and code of ethics, educational acronyms and abbreviations, facilities projects update, and school site reports for Steeling Elementary School and Pioneer High School. Before we adjourn, Superintendent Trinnell, any last announcements?
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will adjourn tonight's meeting.
Night all.